Good evening and welcome to the Four Nations by UKEL. We are getting into the second half of our regular season. I'm joined by Pibbles and Dry Salad back from your travels around the continent. I hope you bought us some of the good stuff.
Yeah, I really hope so as well. It was a long and arduous journey for me to get back here, but it's fantastic to be back here with the UKEL with two people that I haven't actually ever done a broadcast with so far. So fantastic to be here with you two as well. Hopefully, a great show ahead of us.
Evie, how you doing?
Fantastic. Always a pleasure to be here. At the moment, it seems we can't get enough of me on broadcast, so I'm not complaining. I'm loving the games. I'm happy to be back.
More people, always more fun. We'll be getting into draft in just a moment, but our first game of the day is the Venom Crest Serpents, rather. There's a P in that word, versus Team Vertex. Two teams that are not having maybe the greatest run so far. The Serpents still looking to pick up their first win, and Team Vertex starting to push their style on the league after their promotion from the second division. Salad, any particular thoughts so far about these teams, or the trajectory, or the pressure of the second half of the regular season?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, sort of focusing in on Venom Crest Serpents is one of the teams that I was able to follow during the summer split that we had. I like to sort of focus on these personal connections that I have with the team because it makes me feel, it gives me that sort of passion when I'm following them, when I'm watching their gameplay. I have been following them thoroughly, and I think one of the things I really want to see from them today is a sort of focus around trying to play around these new item changes, right? Which obviously we'll get more chance to talk about throughout these games that we see today. However, we have seen a lot more strength being shoveled towards things like the hypercarry meta, as we have heard people coin this sort of the mini Ardent sensor meta, right? With things like the Jinx, things like the Lulu coming a lot back into favor due to A, item shifts, B, champion shifts, which were happening from the previous patch as well. But just if they can sort of find ways to strengthen up that bot lane, because I think that was sort of a pressure point that I noticed from the team. They have
that's a big pick,
mid-lane
and you're
characters,
right.
really.
We are on live service. The item patch is live. The draft has begun, so we're going to get to that as fast as we can. Hopefully, any second. Evie, any big feelings so far about the patch?
Big feelings about the patch so far. I think Mage's bot lane have a little bit of a faster curve than most of the ADCs do right now, just based on the item changes. So if a team is prepared to slam like a Karthus bot or something, it's really, really good right now. Seraphine in a fantastic spot. And we've discussed her a little bit on cast in the past, but haven't seen a great deal of her. So it'd be nice to see. I'm quite excited to see this game, to be honest, because Vertex, we were talking about, well, they need to show some signs of life. And in their most recent game against, of all teams, Ruddy, showed us some big signs of life.
So,
yeah. The last pick here. And so we get into draft now. I'm not surprised by seeing this Syndra B1. I think the champion is fantastic right now. And with the big key junglers like Xin Zhao and Jarvan removed, and the Heimerdinger off the table, we will not see Mike on that one this time around, as he proved a pretty huge threat to disrupting how Ruddy wants to play the game last time. But Akali Syndra, this is not a matchup we've seen in the meta a great deal for a long time. And we started to see it a little bit at Worlds on the previous patch. I think it's even better for both of these champions on this patch. So I'm excited to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, we did see the Heimerdinger do some huge bits last time. Apologies, our normal draft technology needs a little bit of a polish tonight, so we are back to a bit of a screen capture. Salad, we get Nautilus locked in, the Engage to come through. What else do you want to see Vertex get through here in the first phase?
Blind here without seeing the support and ADC on the other side of the map can be a little bit dangerous. We mentioned, of course, that hypercarry meta starting to come into power here. It does allow for a lot of counterplay in terms of, right, we see the Nautilus. Which of these enchanter picks are we allowed to play into a champion like this? Because Nautilus, not really something that you flex around anymore. So things like the Lulu can unironically be very strong into this pick just because that bot lane 2v2 is so hard for the Nautilus to ever win. Even if you're landing a hook onto an ADC, if it's a champion like a Jinx, like a Twitch, like a Kog'Maw, that combined with the Lulu alongside it makes it sort of impossible to ever follow up on that 2v2. Lulu can just walk up, polymorph your ADC, and then the free hitting comes on afterwards. You lose that 2v2 situation. We do see the Varus coming in on the R3 for Venom Crest. So that being said, I do want to see two support bans coming out from Vertex, because if you leave this R5 available for such a strong counter, if you leave whether it's the Lulu, whether it's a counter engage support, I think you could really start to see problems in the bot lane, and that surrounded with then a strong frontline jungler with the Sejuani will become very hard to deal with in these late game team fights.
Winning 2v2 and engage, dangerous proposition. Syndra and Arian together, maybe hinting at a solo lane or a bot lane.
This I would hedge my life savings, granted.
Oh gosh.
Not a great number, but I would hedge that on Syndra being bot lane, which is something we've seen crop up quite a lot in Champions Queue. Again, on the most recent patch on 14-18, and with the changes coming in here and the fact that mages in general tend to have a pretty comfortable curve against what ADCs have to deal with right now. A lot of ADC initial items are either very expensive or just not that great. Syndra Nautilus in general has a very good time in a lane against Varus, and with that Braum banned out initially, immediately puts them into a position where they don't have these traditional tools that you would use to peel away the Nautilus. So you have two options here. You can either look towards the Enchanter and try and make it so Varus can survive the Syndra's burst. Lulu, of course, is pretty good for that. Or you can look to go for counter engage. And as we start to see top lane bans coming out of Venom Crest, you maybe you open up the option of something like a Rel coming out on R4 here and leaving that top lane counter open. I will say, off the bat, this is a slightly more cohesive draft identity than we have seen from Venom Crest so far.
Okay, we like it. They're getting it together. The plan starting to form with Camille Banaway and presumably, another fighter top laner will sort of lean towards an engaged tank for Venom Crest in the top side. Salad, is this going to be enough damage? Syndra and Ari? Nothing else?
Yeah, I mean, my main worry here is that you're sort of forced into picking double AD jungle and top if you want to be anything close to useful this game. Otherwise, you can sort of ignore one of those AD threats in order to just build MR, knock out the Ahri, knock out the Syndra as these threats. We see Leona getting picked up here, so will be at least some sort of counter towards the Nautilus engage. That being said, the Syndra, it's quite easy for it to play into Leona just from range. Obviously can use the Scout of the Week even if she gets hit by that Leona E, so a lot of different defensive mechanisms here to stop that full engage from Leona. However, I'm not sure about the Skarner ban, because you know that they have to go AD in jungle and AD in top here, right? You know they have to go something strong as a bruiser.
Oh,
Kayn coming in a little bit rogue, I think. It's definitely a good pick. I think obviously probably going to be seeing Red Kayn with the Sejuani and the Leona, but will be interesting to see which top laner they pick to round out this draft. Has to be something strong enough to add another AD damage threat.
Yeah, it is worth keeping in mind that, because I have the draft lol link on my other screen, I think the names at the top here may be the wrong way around. If I recall, it was Venom Crest on the red side here and Vertex on the blue. So if that is the case, Vertex, it's Harry Carry, has been playing his namesake champions a lot recently, predominantly carries, and Kayn would fit right into that identity. This is a lot more of a solo queue counter, typically, Kayn into the Sejuani, but a strong counter it certainly is. Kayn is really good at controlling 3 quadrants into Sejuani. She can't really keep up with his clear speed, and I mean, assuming that this is Rast that we're going to be seeing later on in the game, the Olaf blind is curious, and it does open Venom Crest up to placing the Akali in top lane, which is a very good counter, but they're going to self-counter instead. They've decided, we don't mind the matchup that much, we just want more engaged tools, and certainly, assuming that this is Venom Crest on the red side, I will give it to them. Right, this draft is a lot easier to play than most of what they've output so far. They don't have the best lane matchups in League of Legends currently, but relatively speaking, it's a pretty easy to play front to back with Akali playing in towards the backline. But it's not a very easy backline to dive onto. We mentioned Syndra already is pretty good at self-peeling, and Ahri is the only other member of the backline in question, as Kayn Olaf Nautilus will be predominantly going forward.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird dynamic. Side lane here, Akali is gonna have to get going, otherwise Team Vertex not gonna be able to shore up the sides. Ornn and Varus will not stand up to Olaf, Kayn, or Ahri in that situation. Bit of an odd one. Gonna push you both for a prediction, and then we're gonna justify it, and then we're gonna go forwards. Dry Salad, who's taking this game?
Of the comp, so I'm going to have to give them the game for this one. My main worry is whether or not they'll just get outranged by the Ahri and Syndra, which could then lead to them collapsing. But we'll give Team Vertex for this game.
All right, Vertex preferred. Pivotless, what's going through your mind right now?
A lot is going through my mind right now. So, again, because I'm just going to go with color. The side I think wins this game. I think that Blue Side Draft, whilst it is a little bit quirky, right? It's certainly not something you would default into when you think of this is the easiest draft we can play on this patch. I think it has a lot of major pros going for it, right? I think Olaf into Ornn is a phenomenal matchup. Again, there's nothing on Vertex at all that can stop Olaf. Olaf should be finding Varus and executing Varus in almost every single one of these fights. Akali versus Olaf is going to be your predominant side lane matchup, which is slightly Akali favored, but Olaf into Ornn in the early game is very good at accelerating, just getting a lot of gold on sides. We've seen this happen with curiously enough, it was another Venom Crest game. If I recall, it was Akers on the Olaf versus Venom Crest. And that Olaf got incredibly accelerated. So I like the position of Olaf in this game. I like the Syndra Nautilus in bot lane. And I find myself liking Blue Side's draft a little bit more. So I think it's Vertex on blue. We'll see when we get into game. Either way, my money's on Blue Side.
We're split a little on the desk. Dry Salad, is Kayn going to be fine through this game, or is he going to get annihilated before Rast can take over?
I mean, here's the problem, right? Is Syndra Nautilus is not great at actually getting bot lane prio. They are sort of very strong at playing safely, scaling through into the late game. What could end up happening is this Varus Leona, along with the Sejuani, should in theory have free reign to waltz into that little bot side jungle and terrorize this Kayn if they really feel like it. So what needs to happen is an understanding from the Kayn that you may not be safe in that bot side jungle, as well as that an understanding of the most volatile lanes, which in theory you need to just be diving with this Olaf fairly early into the game. If you can stack up 1, 2, 3 waves in the top lane, get that Ornn onto 2 or 3 deaths before he gets the call of the Forge God, make sure that Olaf is in a position to be decimating the Varus in team fights. I think that's their sort of main win con. If we get Rast before the game is completely blown out of order, we can stabilize, we can play with the range of the Syndra and the Ahri, and we can let Olaf fly into the backline. Again, like you said, so easy to deal with the Leona, the Ornn, and Sejuani by just pressing that Ragnarok and hopefully reaching onto that ADC.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Okay, so not enough to convince you though. You still think Team Vertex are going to come out on top?
I think Team Vertex just because of ease of composition. Because as we mentioned, there are definitely win cons. On the red side because of ease of competition. I think there's definitely win cons if you are this Kayn Olaf. However, it's so slim, and the Olaf has one bad team fight. Suddenly, you feel like the game is completely unplayable because that is sort of what everything has to move through. And if the Syndra and the Ahri can't move through that Olaf, if the Olaf gets dropped out without being able to get that Ragnarok to full utility, I worry for how the team fight pans out after that.
Okay, a difficult position.
A major thing for me is I can't handle seeing this Varus go lethality. It has to be on hit. Not just because of the nature of the patch, right? 14-19 typically is favoring on-hit ADCs over crit ADCs by and large right now. Because Yuntar Wild Arrows is not a very nice first item to build, and Infinity Edge is incredibly expensive, and in this economy of all times, it means on-hit ADCs in general pretty good, and Varus, of course, one of the traditional S-tier on-hit AD carries. But lethality Varus is something that, in competitive play, we potentially see a little bit more than we should. If this is lethality Varus, we would see an incredible shortage of DPS, which would cause a problem when Red Side is looking to take objectives. It's certainly easier to do damage to Ahri and Syndra with lethality, but they need the DPS quite badly just to cut through the front line as Olaf and Kayn move forward. So that alone would make a big difference to me. If we get into game and I see Comet on Varus, I'm kind of writing off Red Side immediately.
Okay, all right. So you're not a fan. Sort of, it's just like an easy out. It's not the 2v2 domination you're looking for after his power was shunted back slightly further into the game.
Yeah, I think so. Like you'll see, lethality Varus would have a very good laning phase into Syndra Nautilus here. It's very good at kind of avoiding interactions where they can interact back. But when you get further into the game, you approach the mid game, and you find yourself you're going to be struggling to take objectives. You're going to be struggling to get meaningful damage onto Olaf, which is a real issue. Like already though, they're also quite short on just AD damage in general, and on hit Varus tends to lean further into magic damage. So there's a little bit of a overlap between what the champions' damage profiles end up being. You would think lethality Varus would make more sense in terms of, well, we need some AD, but it's AD damage that isn't particularly meaningful against the blue side's draft. and then you say, okay, well, we need on-hit Varus in that case. Then it's, well, we kind of have 3 magic damage
We want
sources in our
all
lane,
of the
it's tough.
Viruses. You can't have more
Want
than one. It's just
I'd be down for a Kraken Slayer Varus this game, actually. I think
Okay.
that does make sense. Kraken Slayer Varus would be pretty good here. I say this is a big Varus merchant. I played every iteration of this champion. I loved AP Varus top, right? So a little bit of a degenerate when it comes to Varus gaming, but I see either Kraken or Blade of a Rune King both have pretty good angles here.
Salad, how much have you looked at the patch notes? How much can I push you for an opinion?
Oh, I mean, I did a deep dive with one of our
Ooh.
production team the other day.
Nice.
Wet Noodles. I'm sure you know Wet Noodles. He's worked.
Oh, we do. We stand Alex, especially
we went through
time
everything.
every time he bails us out of anything without a producer.
Yeah.
Mage items pretty nerfed, right? Pretty well nerfed.
Yeah.
AD carry items also. Is a team with 2 mages, an Olaf and a Kayn going to benefit or be at a loss from these changes?
I mean, look, I think top lane tanks are the least affected class in general, just from the overall item change. I think the Ornn is going to suffer the least out of all those champions. However, the Ornn also has a terrible matchup, so that won't matter as much in this instance. What I will say is I don't like both teams going for engaged supports here, but I like it a lot less from the Leona. I think the Nautilus paired alongside the Syndra makes a lot more sense, especially if you're finding those hooks, if you're finding picks, especially, the Syndra hits level 6. If you start to get towards the stage of the game where a Nautilus ult guarantees a kill into the Varus, I like that. I like the thought behind it. I like what they're trying to do. What I don't like is the Leona here, because I don't see what it does for this team. You're not trying to engage into the enemy because the Olaf will just sprint into your Varus and then he's alone in the backline. 1v1 against a Ragnarocking Olaf. You can't really peel for your Varus either, because what champions are you really peeling off him? Not the Olaf, not really the Nautilus, because once the Nautilus is in range, he's landing that ultimate anyway. So it doesn't really bring any value outside of Syndra wasted her Scatter the Weak in bot lane. I have a little 10-second window to engage here. If I miss that window, the E's back up again, and then it can just be cancelled. And for that reason, I think I would have preferred an Enchanter alongside the Varus here, especially because, as we mentioned, the Varus does have to go on hit. I think you go lethality here, you're basically saying, Olaf, I am yours.
Come at me, bro. This is going to end well for me, I swear.
Yeah.
With that in mind, we're split on the desk with a new patch. We've got tons of exciting new things coming. Game 1 of the day is just around the corner, so we are going to head over and introduce our casters. Tonight, we have Brackish Brit and Doctor for your viewing pleasure. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Tom, as I disappear into the void, but I'm back, and I've got myself a Doctor as well. As everyone said on the desk, huge changes item-wise. We've got new champions showing up. Syndra's in the bot lane, not something I've seen in a little while. Do you want to kind of continue that discourse around all of these item changes? Pretty much every item nerf.
These are the heavy hitting questions, dude. Basically everything's just like slightly worse now, right? A lot of power has been taken out of items. I have not gone and busted out the spreadsheet to figure out what got hit the most. As I understand it, though, yeah, it's like the cheap tank stuff, especially the support kind of stuff. Things like the not Dead Man's Plate, I forget what that one's called, and like Frozen Heart, that kind of stuff is taking the least. The stuff that's getting hit the most is like the capstone items, things like Infinity Edge and Death Cap, which you're meant to get last. They're meant to be at the end of your build. Basically, everything is just less cost effective now. And that's, for the most part, a good thing. You don't want to be playing League of Items. You want your champion to actually matter.
If I recall...
And so what we see that itemize or materialize as here is basically champions who just have good base stats, good base things, or inherent scaling in themselves, like the Syndra passive, or Smolder, or Nasus, or whoever else.
I wonder if that means I wonder how deep down that rabbit hole we're going to go, because, Veigar stacking. There are a couple of prolific Veigar players here in the Four Nations. It'd be very interesting to see if anyone would be willing to pull that one out. Of course, he's a very interesting...
Not Dead Man's Plate too.
I mean, if you're Chad enough, I have seen it happen.
Yeah, it's a good item on him, because you never auto, so you never use the move speed.
Yeah, you just
you never lose the
zoom.
Move speed even.
Full race car mode.
You're immobile. You need to dodge things. It's like just unironically a good. When you realize
also just like a nigh inescapable baby cage as well.
Yeah, it's fine. It works out well.
Now he's not present in this game, however. And well, we were talking. The desk were discussing, of course, lack of a true AD carry on the side of Vertex here. Make sure this is the right way around. If I'm to believe what I see above me, then yes, Vertex on the blue side. 2 mages lacking a true carry. How much is their like objective take going to hurt as a result of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to depend on how early game goes. Like, let's not be too worried. That's like, oh, how's our Drake? But realistically, most of these things come down to numbers, tempo, and getting people there first. And like a Syndra with enough CDR is an ADC, right? She's not at all. But if you can throw out enough Qs, you're fine, right? Likewise, anyone who's get a Leandry is good enough. But ultimately, I think in these games we're not really going to be seeing speed of objective matter, right? Like, you're either doing the thing or you're not. And if you're doing the thing, it's because you've just got an ace, right? The only time where speed matters is if someone's like rushing it or sneaking it. And usually it's not a sneak if like 3 or 4 people are there. It's only sneaking if and if one person's there, then that's probably the jungler. So I wouldn't be too worried about it in regards to that.
I do
Really,
remember in the Sunshine Showdown a
early
specific circumstance where a Gnar walked up and stole Baron with a rock. That was Shy as well. I'd like to point out Shy is in this game, top lane for the Venomcrest Serpents. Not on the Gnar this time around, but interested to see how this plays out. I'm not sure the current status of the game. Hopefully production will be able to update us on that. But
I got no clue. I got nothing. But
looking towards the jungle then, because Kayn is a champion we don't see all that often.
This is what I was about to say.
Yeah,
not an
they speculate.
Item-dependent champion.
The desk speculated that he's very good in theory into the Sejuani, but well, there's the you know what? Having played against him in solo queue, I don't subscribe to this meme, but it's like he's not a champion until he gets form. As someone who's been repeatedly dunked by a Kayn who hasn't had form yet, yeah, I think that might have been like a bit of a, it's an outdated meme.
Well, depend in comp, true, but what you have to consider is he has to make up for the fact that he just does not have a passive. He has some of the best base stats in the game, right? Like pre-form Kayn early on, some of the best base stats you can get. So of that, some of the best clear as well. And so versus Sejuani, like, yeah, he can just push her out of her own jungle. Is he going to win like the immediate fight? No, but like, it's a sort of 2v2, a scrap, he'll probably come out on top or slightly ahead at the very least. And then you get to Rast, right? Wherein you've got % max health damage for free in multiple parts of his kit. It's like, hey, I don't need items anymore. And so if we're taking power away from items and we're moving on to champion base damage and base stats, Kayn is having an amazing time. And then just also fundamentally, like, as a champion, Rast, his one thing is disengaging tanks, right? You just press W. The Sejuani tries to queue in. No, she doesn't. The Ornn tries to get a horn off. No, he doesn't. You just bop him up. So I think it's a nice little pick. I think it's a nice little adaptation coming on through.
Well, of course, have to see how that gets executed once we get onto the Rift. We're getting word from production that we are having a couple of technical issues that need to be resolved. So we are going to take a brief break while those get fixed. We will be back hopefully very shortly, though, with game number 1. Don't go anywhere. We've got plenty of Four Nations coming up. a decent level away. Whoa. You've, pivoted from the desk into the cast, and we are indeed in. I totally didn't, line this one up.
Yeah.
Okay, after a bit of clarification from production, we are back to your regularly scheduled broadcast. First blood was indeed secured by the side of the Venom Crest Serpents. As we do see Mirai getting their first game in this time around, alongside Reeton, of course, a fixture, as was brought through. But right now, we see Vertex's bot lane. They are falling a little bit behind in the early stages. I mean, this is kind of as Desk predicted, though.
Hit Varus, which I'm quite happy to see, but even so, Varus very lane dominant. So Syndra is going to get pushed around early game. What you would hope to see out of this later on is, in the next couple of seconds, right? We're going to be seeing level 6 on both. As Nectarius takes a short train, and in comes Harry Carey.
I mean, level 6 is already here. I don't think Reeton's got any chance of the out. The flash was committed, but this is turning into just a big old Barney. The whole map around Kakashi is going to have a tough time surviving. That's going to be a second kill picked up by the side of the Venom Crest Serpents. Another one for Cassandra there on the Akali.
I mean, you're really happy to see this if you're Cassandra, right? The kills are going in all the right places. The champions we were talking about needing to be pretty ahead to start playing this game. Akali, certainly one of them. But then on the side of Vertex as well, so I think their names at the top are swapped around. I'll keep that in mind, mental note for that one. Vertex, so Harry Carey does have that lead as Kayn early game, which we did really need to see. Kayn is a champion that has to be playing with a lead to be relevant ever. And we see a CS lead and the first kill goes on to the Kayn we're pretty happy about. Olaf is in a little bit of a dodgy position, right? Doesn't have the lead that you'd be hoping for. It's a nice engage from Reeton onto Faulty.
Able to find the Ahri, but I mean, it's an Ahri. Spirit Rush exists, although getting that cooldown off means that potential pressure coming forwards is going to be very greatly reduced. But for the most part, Paul George just trying to get the recall off, so that is just going to be slowed down a little bit. I don't think he's going to be too mad about it on this reset. Already picking up the alternator, so little bit of extra onto that burst potential that we know and love from the Akali.
And Cassandra already had to make a pretty expensive investment, right? Reeton just going in to mess with Harry Carey, saying, no, you won't be basing there, not on my watch. But the Mercurial Treads now at a 1,300 gold investment required. So the Akali does have those kills, but just having to buy that item early, which is necessary, right? When you're playing against a champion like the Ahri, like the Syndra, when you go into these team fights around the bottom side, around these objectives, those mercs are necessary just for Akali to be able to safely access her targets. And Harry Carey will be caught by the Solar Flare just about.
We got abilities for days. The Umbral Trespass, however, is going to allow him to dodge away from a vast majority of this damage. Mirai now coming in to try and finish this one off. The kill will be secured by Hazard, but look towards the backside. Mirai has to flash away as Sharpie is trying to make his mark. Reeton already dropping. He's going to try and get out with his ill-gotten gains. Nectarios still has some damage and an unleashed power to his name, but not really in a position to continue going forward. So, Venom Crest, they're going to slink away, relatively happy with the trade, and they are going to be able to pick up the second set of grubs, denying them away from Vertex.
Yeah, so if we're going to see 3 grubs apiece, this is something you're very, very happy about if you're Venom Crest. Nectarios not happy about this arrangement, though.
It's really wanting to get something done, still has the unleashed power, is going to be able to pick up the kill onto Hazard. I don't think you're going to survive into Shy, though, and Mirai still here. Sharpie could redirect towards the top side, try and dissuade them from more, but it looks like Shy is too low, and Venom Crest are going to side against sticking around for those extra grubs.
Yeah, so from the side of Venom Crest, you're pretty happy just to deny the 1 for now. You really don't want Sharpie to have 6 grubs as the main thing, because side laning is Olaf's predominant purpose in this game. If Olaf's allowed to sit inside with 6 grubs, if you leave us on for just 1 second, you say, hey, I could initiate a fight cross map. That's
Just
a really
all your
nice pick
towers.
from Harikari. Nice little Drake snuck away under the noses of Venom Crest, but 1 apiece on the Drakes now. Just will slow down the soul a little bit, but the main thing is if you're on, you can't be in the side all the time into this Olaf. You need to send Akali over there, but you also quite need Akali for these team fights as well. And playing into 6 grubs, if you leave the side lane for all of a wave, Olaf is going to make your tower magically disappear. So you're very happy just to deny the 1 for now. And we see very slight gold lead starting to pull away from Venom Crest, but the objective's relatively even, as Hazard will be going back to try and finish off the rest of those grubs before they despawn in a minute and a half. As we return to a relatively neutral state, Kachi wants to investigate, but Reason here to provide some cover.
Yeah, we'll be able to pop his head in, James. Not going to worry all that much, though. Now it's when the damage is coming through. Glacial Prison does find Harikari having to use the Umbral Trespass again just to try and keep himself safe. Kachi is indeed the first one down. Nectarios trying to get the damage, but finds himself in a very rough spot also. Vertex, they kind of throw bodies into the fire. Harikari has to flash, gets caught by the Shuriken flip. Just like Kasandi, without the ultimate available, does not want to overcommit for another kill, especially when Venom Crest are doing just fine right now. They're already up around a K. They've managed to nullify that Void Grub potential we were talking about. And sure, they gave up a Drake, but with all things being even as damn it, I think I'm looking towards this Akali right now.
Absolutely. Akali with this this Rocket Belt finished already 4-0 for Kasandi here. And this is not a champion that we assumed he would not be good at, but it's certainly not one of the champions we associate most strongly with Kasandi. Typically a very good player on the likes of the Syndra, the Orianna, the Sylas to a degree, but piloting this Akali Ahri matchup very well in the early
When
game.
I see a Sylas player, though, I'm always like, yeah, this person probably has Akali in the back pocket. Because the way that these champions like to execute is similar in a lot of ways. Of course, the specifics are a bit different. And, you know, I think an Akali with the ability to hijack, I would just uninstall the game.
Yeah, I don't think I would have League of Legends on my PC longer than 24 hours after that change went live. I was very close to uninstalling when she could suddenly avoid tower shots by pressing W.
Oh,
thankfully in a much healthier space nowadays, but
you remember when Pantheon E used to block tower shots? That was
shades
good
of
times.
Pantheon support every single game showing up as Kasani just posturing for a bit of trading here. And, you know, we saw this Ahri being picked into the Akali, right? The Ahri was locked here as a counter into the Akali as the Syndra got moved into bot lane. And so far, we've seen Akali have a very healthy matchup into the Ahri, whilst Ahri has Malignance finished. Akali still accelerated by about 1,000 gold just in the isolated matchup. And in the bottom side, we've seen Mirai coming in as a sub today for Venom Crest, playing that Varus to an extremely high degree, right?
I'm going to say
40 CS up in the matchup.
I'm going to say in Faulty's defense, though, in mid lane, it's not really been his fault. It's that Kasandi has been getting pretty much the lion's share of the kills and the gold coming out of the kills that Venom Crest has been setting up elsewhere on the map. And that's why we see Faulty 000 right now as Venom Crest looking for a dive. Glacial Prison is not going to fight Nectarios, though. We've got CC, we've got TPs coming through for days, and it is Venom Crest who are looking to run this one out. Faulty is able to chase down Return as he was the one that committed the hardest under the turret. And Kachi actually might look to try and extend this play. He's a little bit low on health, though. And so instead, they will be happy that they diffused the play, although that was a TP committed, and Cassandra looks like
There's
he
gonna be
has
a
his eyes
chase.
on Sharpie. I mean, there's perfect execution as well. If he really wants to commit, decides against it. However, the fight is reignited in bot lane. We got a massive Barney across the board. Faulty went down, traded for Hazard. In the meantime, though, Harakari able to chill out towards the top side, able to pick up the Rift Herald, and now has that Rast form.
So excitement happening end to end on the map right now as this play in the bot side gets extended perhaps a little bit longer than it maybe should have been. But in the end, we go kill neutral in that bot lane, dive initially, Reeton gets taken down, of course, but Faulty, who personally I'm extremely disappointed you didn't take he wasn't at Faulty earlier for the misdeeds in mid lane with Akali getting relatively fed. But on the opposite side, we see, and we discussed this a little bit pre-game in the draft, how Kayn can just easily control 3 quadrants of the jungle, and Harakari now extending to a 50 CS lead. And whilst, yes, Sejuani has a lot of these assists, the gold will be relatively neutral there, which is all you really need from Kayn at this point in the game, as he does tend to scale a little bit better than the Sejuani who has to invest predominantly in support items. We see the next dragon comes up, and Hazard will be on that one straight away with... I think it's Ornn and Sejuani, the 2 titans of the Rift, taking down this Drake as quickly as they possibly can. As Harakari...
The thing is, Reeton
maybe
going to be in
looking
a bit
to
of
enter.
trouble as Vertex are looking to make their way through, as you say. Solar Flare used, Reeton going to be able to flash out. Mirai now joining the play, looking to make it difficult for Vertex to get in. But this is a Kayn we're talking about. He can just go over the wall and look for that damage.
Ooh.
Easy as that. Slinks through, smites it. Thank you very much. And that's a second drink for Vertex.
You hate to see it if you're Venom Crest, and that is a gold lead that has vanished as quickly as it was generated. As most of that gold lead now is just going to be on this Akali. Sharpie on the Olaf doing big work on side lanes, has taken down that tower now, and Olaf in a very comfortable position to just continue playing these side lanes out for the rest of the game. We saw a little bit of interaction between Cassandra and Sharpie earlier on, as Akali was able to chip that Olaf very quickly, but wasn't confident committing to the all-in, especially with the knowledge that Harakari could have been around there. So as we return to a relatively neutral game state, no objectives going to be coming up for a little while now, and we reflect on the map as a whole, the gold lead is more or less nothing. It's vanishingly small.
It's gone.
300 gold right now. But I feel for Vertex, the gold is in all the places you want it, whereas on the side of Venom Crest, there's a lot of pressure on Cassandra to get this one over the line.
Yeah. And as these fights get later, the execution, the toll of that, is going to be considerable, as Reeton has again found himself in a bit of a rough situation. Cassandra looking like he has to try and pull something out. They are waiting. Hazard will be able to play bodyguard and at least ensure that Cassandra is able to get out of that situation. But Reeton dropping down, Venom Crest repeatedly losing points of pressure because Vertex are able to find individual picks or force individual members low so that they can't continue plays.
And this is something that the Vertex comp is extremely good at doing, just finding these individual picks in transition.
Oh, yeah.
Nautilus, of course, not the best at finding full engages into entire teams, but when it comes to catching off 1, maybe 2 targets in the river, in transition between lanes, phenomenal position to be playing Nautilus in. And when you're backing that up with a Syndra, again, extremely good at single target burst. Ari, very good at following on 2 picks that are set up for her. This comp might not have the best team fight, but when it comes to defending their side laners and playing onto champions looking to collapse onto them, as we saw in this position as Reeton caught out and immediately dismantled, it's a real problem for Venom Crest to deal with because their comp on the whole is not great at playing these side lanes out. Very good at finding full team fights, of course, with your Ornn, Leona, Sejuani layered engage, but the damage in side lane in these smaller skirmishes just isn't really there.
No, and right now, Vertex are taking fantastic advantage of that. We're past the 20-minute mark, Baron onto the Rift, but I mean, neither team, as you on the desk said, you can't really take either of these major objectives without a real fight. Or, more to the point, if you did, as we saw with that last dragon, if you don't get an ace, or if you don't force Harakari back to base, then you're at constant risk of him just slinking through the wall, dropping a smite, and making your life very sad.
Especially when we see that it's Rast here, very good at just surviving in these spaces as well. So it's a nice scatter for week. We'll catch Mirai. Not much is going to come of it. Just a little bit of trading back and forth around this mid-prio, which does enable Venom Crest to walk into Harakari in his topside jungle. But again,
A lot of CC coming through.
Unlike
Permafrost.
Ooh, they will
That's a
commit.
lot of CC, in fact. Stun after stun. But it's the tanks that are mostly doing the damage here. Mirai comes in and lands an arrow, but Harakari able to survive once again using the Umbral Trespack. Riton is going to be the price that is paid, as Sharpie right now trying to run down Hazard, not quite able to do so. Instead, it's going to be Cassandra who is opening up on Vertex, finding that space, finding those angles, gets ignited, now going to drop low, and will eventually be taken out. The remaining members of Venom Crest not healthy enough to survive. And that's a big thing about this Rast as well, Pivotless. There's so much healing.
Incredible amount of survivability. And I was going to mention Rast is very good at entering spaces and surviving if he gets caught. In this case, he's having his space entered, but believe it or not, he's caught and survives. The ultimate, just a lot of regen coming out. And when it's mostly 2 tanks getting out the bulk of the damage, it's quite hard to get this Rast down. We do see, the on-hit virus will come out here, which is what I was mentioning, what I wanted to see. I think it's better than lethality here, but when these fights are happening outside of the auto-attack range, lethality Varus tends to perform better. Here, Varus isn't able to connect onto that fight, will get the Chains of Corruption out, but it won't convert onto a kill because there's just not the DPS there to finish the kill off, and we start to see a gold lead opening up for Vertex now, pushing on towards 2,500, as this Dragon setup will come in, just about 10 seconds away, and a lot of the major tools coming back up once again for both sides, as I expect to see a 5v5 here.
Crest certainly angling for it. They have control over the river. But, I've said it twice already, jokes come in threes. There is a Kayn. You can control the river all you want. He is going to be a permanent threat from across the wall, and right now, it's Vertex that are going to bully Venom Crest out, although now Kachi might be in some trouble as Volty trying to get some damage down. Riton's going to be tanky enough to survive for a while here. Sharpie also putting those numbers. Instead, Harakari has found himself caught a little bit towards the top side of the fight here, but again, the healing so much that it is really difficult to deal with. He is locked up for long enough, though, that it will be Venom Crest able to pick up that kill. Riton is traded for it, but that's a jungler down. Now, if Venom Crest can survive long enough, they can take it, but 2 members, just like that, are too low to survive. Nectarius now on a rampage, and oh look, we didn't need a Kayn. We're just going to win the fight and then take the Drake. Soul point to Vertex.
Gorgeous scatter of a week towards the end there from Mike that just splits the pack as Hazard is trying to re-enter the space. Of course, the only Smite left alive, and Kassandra's not done with this fight yet.
He's going to have to play it very well, though. Hook dodged away. Like Cassandra will be able to get away with his life for now, but as we take another look up at that scoreboard, 3 Drakes for Vertex. The kills might be even as they can be, but there is a nearly 4,000 gold advantage because, as we've seen in both of their previous games, Venom Crest, they seem at times a little too eager to fight, and they'll go forwards somewhat uncaring of the consequences.
This is something we saw come out as a big issue in their game against Ruddy, where they were finding pretty good fights early game. They were able to generate a lot of kills, but there was no gold lead associated with those kills because they're starting to drop control over their side lanes. They're not converting into objectives afterwards, and this has been the case with this early game again. We see a lot of kills go on to Cassandra early. They're finding good fights, but with no conversion into objectives, we find ourselves Vertex just 3.5 minutes away from potential Ocean. As
Riton
Mirai
has to try and block all of this CC away from Mirai, but there's just too much of it, Pivotless. Riton is now going to drop below. Cassandra trying to get in onto the play. Faulty going low. Perfect execution is there and available, but I don't know if you're really going to be able to find the damage onto anyone. Has to use it defensively. Riton, in the meantime, is still tanking near as damn it everything. Cassandra caught, and Vertex are able to be resurgent in the play. The 2 tanks are left standing, but with what damage are they going to stop Vertex? Now, Shy being bodied away by Sharpie, while the rest of the team are going to start up the Baron.
And between the Kayn and the Cinder, they will get through this one eventually. It's not going to be the fastest Baron of all time. With Olaf moving over, we start to add that true damage to the mix, and there is just no way Shy can stop this. Mirai gets the respawn, but it's too little too late. And again, not the fastest Baron of all time, but it is destined to fall as Venom Crest open out elsewhere on the map. And we see the gold lead now expanding ever so slightly. This one will go up to about 6k with this Baron falling, and I'll put this question to you because I'm struggling to see it myself. How do we see Venomcrest winning a fight now? Because this Baron will survive. It will be on the side of Vertex up until the spawn of this Ocean Drake, which would mean their Ocean Soul. And
If you'd asked
with
me that
Ocean
question,
Soul, I think they lack the damage to ever cut through the side of Vertex.
yeah, if you'd asked me this question 5-10 minutes ago, I would have been like, chill. You don't need to take all of these fights. You can be more measured. You've got a team that does picks perfectly fine, by the way. You've got CC for days. If you can layer it properly on the appropriate targets, then you can absolutely find these advantageous situations. Unfortunately, time and again, they have not found those situations. Riton, again, is stuck in the river, left behind by his teammates who know there is no way he is getting out. Another kill across to the Kayn. And we see across 3 lanes, Vertex is shoving in, and Venomcrest are just having to cede ground.
And Riton is being essentially sacrificed to the altar for a lot of these players because Venomcrest keep trying to occupy
8
space
times,
that
though?
does not belong to them, walking a little bit too far forward, and Riton in the end is the one that dies for it quite consistently. Of course, the carries on Venomcrest relatively decent in terms of KDA. They are certainly in the game, but there's just not enough damage between them. And this is the issue that came up with the Ornn on the R5 here, is we look at the composition after this and we say, okay, you're very good at starting the fight, but how do you finish it?
Very excellent question, honestly. Mirai is going to be able to land the Chain of Corruption, but again, the follow-up damage simply isn't there because it's Hazard and Riton trying to do the damage. You've got Mirai and you've got K'Sante. Those are your 2 damage threats on this team. Shy, it's an Ornn. Yes, he can do some damage, but he's not going to do carry levels at any point in this game. As long as Kachi and Sharpie and Harakari are able to attack, are able to absorb damage, then Faulty and Nectarios are going to basically default win pretty much any fight. Speaking of, though, Paul George has found him off to the side. There is a flash available, but there is no way he is going to survive this one. And it's a pick like that that might just be the beginning of Venomcrest coming back.
No mana, no cooldowns, no hope for Faulty when it comes to getting out of that space. And Venomcrest now, with complete control over this dragon area, and it means Vertex, they're not going to see the soul, not for another 5 minutes at least. They're going to try and cross-map this one out. Sharpie's going to go towards the top side and maybe play this space. As Harakari's not had enough yet. He has other ideas.
Kayn is off vision. K'Sante is stepping in. They still don't know that Harakari is here. He steps in, he steals it, and that is the Ocean Soul for Vertex. All of your labors are put to the wayside, lost, thrown into the winds as Vertex, in this 2v3 situation, are forcing everyone aside. Harakari taking all of the CC, but Umbral Trespass means he's going to stay safe. He's going to stay alive. In this 2v4, it's a double. Mirai has now been left. Who's left to peel for him? K'Sante can't do it, as now Faulty comes down to ensure his death also. And Shy now left alone in his base as the inhibitor in top lane is broken. With 20 seconds on Riton, 30 on any form of damage, I think Vertex are just going to end it here, Pivotless.
Yeah, the GG's in chat being called out already. Venomcrest is accepted their fate in this one as Harakari in a hairy position pulls out a carry. In 2v4 in the bottom side river will tidy that one up by himself, assisted by the Ocean Soul. And this will be not just the almost ace as Riton respawns, but it will be the game as Vertex move to 2-2 and Venomcrest still in search of their first win.
Again, over-eagerness, I think, can be the word of the game, perhaps, for Venomcrest. They had a fantastic situation in the early stages. K'Sante got 4 kills and was pretty much running the rift for a time, but Riton would often find himself caught, would often found himself put to a side, and just kind of left upon a silver platter for Vertex to kill.
And this is the this is a problem that Venomcrest have been encountering relatively regularly. This is almost all of their games so far. They have been very happy to clash at every available opportunity. We're seeing a lot of games where we're looking at well over a kill a minute, on compositions that don't necessarily want to be taking those fights. We talk about on-hit Varus as one of these scaling threats, right? We talk about it's an Ornn. You want scaling in your composition, you slam an Ornn, congratulations. At level 18, you have 5,000 gold and additional stats for free. But it doesn't matter if you're not getting there.
Exactly. And that might just be the statement of the game, really. That if you're going to go for scaling, you can't just recklessly be taking fights like Venom Crest did. And obviously, they've still got 2 games left to play. 0-3 right now. They still have a couple more opportunities to redeem themselves a little bit. But as the day is going long already, I'm going to throw it straight across to a break so that we can get on towards the next one. We are looking towards potentially very interesting matchup after this one as Broad and Friends go up against Paragon. We'll be back in a few.
See you in a minute.
Oh, broken neighbor, is your mind? Oh, all the scars, let's leave them behind. We'll light the world up now, let this fire in your eyes. Through the darkness, into the night. Oh, broken neighbor, is your mind? Oh, all the scars, What does it mean to be happy? 'Cause it looks like we all don't know. Glass half full or empty. Man, we just putting on a show. Try to look to the heavens to tell us things that we beg to know. Like, what did this all mean? There's no tomorrow. Oh, you know, I try to find a purpose in my life to drive me, to guide me. Oh, doctor, I feel dead inside.
break there as we continue to get everything ship ready and sorted. Pivotless, quick recap of that last game from your point of view. We got a draft to get to as soon as we can.
It was typical Venom Crest as far as the Four Nations has been going so far. Good kills, good fights. Whoops, we got nothing off it. We lost.
It was real
So-
messy. Salad. Was
Yeah.
there any big takeaways from the back room?
Yeah, I mean, I think pretty much everything we discussed pre-draft, bar maybe a few lane matchups, came to fruition. But that doesn't always mean that the game is going to go the way that you think the game is going to go, right? Like everything can happen the way
Spoken
you
like
think it's
a
going to
true
happen.
100 Thieves fan. That path through the output, not the
Yeah.
same as the intent. We're going to get draft on the screen quickly. We are here ready for our second game of Paragon versus Broad and Friends.
This one will be quite interesting to see. Paragon, we're going to see our second bottom of the group team of the day so far. As Paragon, after a relatively good RPS, the last time they were there, just one game away from qualifying to Division 2, and now they are starting with a bit of a struggle. The only change we've really seen is going to be Kenji coming into the top lane, whereas on the opposite side, Broad and Friends so far surging a little bit after a slightly shaky opener. They've been looking progressively better game on game, so I'm curious to see if Paragon can kind of shake off the rough start that they've been having so far, but they've got a pretty tough team to go up against to do so.
Yeah, it's a battle of two very popular orgs from recent memory. It's a good time. It's a good time. Draft is underway. We're just trying to get it on the screen. I can inform you both. We have a blue one, Aurora, for
Okay.
Paragon.
I'm pretty happy to see this, right? Aurora is very high priority champion, of course, two-way flex, and with both of the big junglers gone and one of the stronger B1 mid laners removed in Syndra, Aurora falls into place as probably the best champion left remaining there. The Varus answer on red side and the Nico alongside it, always pretty good. And of course, we can't forget this is Nemli Nico in all likelihood be the single best champion that we will see in terms of individual player skill out of Broad. Of course, all of their players relatively flexible, but Nemli Nico is one to watch. As we see the Skarner come out for Paragon in the jungle, a staple pick here with Zinzao and Jarvan both off of the board. And that is not a Cogmore, as it's Yone instead, and two-way flexes between the solo lanes we're seeing right now.
Now,
Yeah,
I am
definitely.
up on Cogmore in the split so far. Skarner, also my most banned predicted at Worlds. Like, that champion, really great at controlling team fights. Salad, we got Aurora in the top side. Yone, presumably not just mid lane, but bot as well. Paragon have got somewhere to go in the second ban phase. I'm going to presume that is... it can't be a
That-
placeholder.
That is locked.
We're on a tool. Timo, what's going on, Salad? Help.
They don't have placeovers in draft, lol, Tempor, which was that team was making it onto the rift. That team was going to be going to, well, God knows, maybe top lane, maybe support, maybe some kind of freaky flex that we're not used to. What I was going to
Is
say
it
is
the Aurora
we-
counter I didn't know existed? I can't
Possibly.
even imagine that lane going Timo's way.
I don't think so. I mean, Aurora does have the 3-hit passive, I suppose, that you can sort of think about, but it's not really the autos that make that as broken as it is. Either way, what I was going to talk about with these flex picks is, yes, you do have the Yone and the Aurora flex, but at the same time, Aurora is a champion that doesn't really have that many debilitating matchups in the game. Is just sort of safe to free scale into just about any solo laner that you can come up against. So I think they'll be happy to put her against whichever matchup seems more favorable to allow the Yone to be in a safer position. This Timo, we can come up with one of a million different theories for what it could be, but that Kog'Maw ban now coming out from the fourth red side ban, meaning maybe not taking it in this first part of the draft could have cost them a little bit. Braum then following up on that, just a nice little champion into the Varus, able to cancel out the ultimate, able to space off champions like the Nico and the Timo as well.
Yeah.
Just as a thought, as a little aside, with this
Uh-huh.
being, I believe it's Trizzy in the jungle for Broad and Friends today, there is a very real world where that is Timo jungle.
Oh, I saw Broxa play this earlier in the week. I didn't know what to think about it. It's very vulnerable at level 1 because you don't actually have your blind finished. It's
Yeah.
level 2. You walk over to the Gromp and you're not healthy, not very happy. I do wonder Paragon might have a setup there to move in. Pretty
Yeah.
interesting. Pretty
I
interesting.
won't read too much into it, but with Gwen off the table and Trizzy in general, quite a fan of these AP hard carry junglers. Timo is pretty high up the list. Landed firmly on his feet in 14-19. As the Nasus comes out, and
This is wild. This is
It's-
absolutely wild.
It starts to really feel like it's Teemo jungle. I'm not going to lie to you, team.
I kind of
Assuming
see.
that this, I think the way I view this, I think you put the Nico into the Yone, because I think Yone into Nasus is a bit of a toughie, but Nasus is pretty good at just surviving Aurora's persistent damage. He doesn't care that much about it. Of course, it could go either way around, and who knows? At this point, it might be
Yeah.
Nasus support. Who can say? This draft is very hard to read. There's something more normal. We return
Just
to
a
normalcy on
moment of
Paragon's side.
frustration
As,
there. We'll completely allow it. Definitely
we
looks
res-
like the Teemo jungle. Support
we
here with the
return
Jin.
to-
Are we looking at Leona? We could see that Paragon maybe were leaning towards the Cogmore and a protective setup for Lasped, but not to be the case anymore, Salad.
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what Jin is doing here, if I'm being completely honest with you, just in terms of the. Like, I'm trying to figure out the angle here. It's not great into Varus, just on a base level. With Rel, you do have some setup to follow through on at least. But these late game team fights, who is Jin killing? Realistically speaking, you're not really doing anything to Nasus. The Nico, if you're ever in range of her, things are going to go badly for you. The
Yeah.
Alistar, the Teemo. I don't know how I feel about this Jin pick, especially with people tending to build not very damage centric on Jin. They see him more of as a utility champion.
Yeah, I heard the
now-
words mosquito used earlier on the World's Cast. Very
Yeah.
much a sting, and sure, if it gets them, fine. If it doesn't, there's nothing else in the tank. And Alistair to complete the draft, whereas Alistair versus Jin Rel does seem like some Jin W gaming hours.
W gaming. I mean, look, as resident Jin OTP on Cole, one thing I do have to say is I think people are disrespecting the sanctity of that champion recently. I think this whole idea that you have to go, oh, we'll go static, we'll go rapid fire, we'll buy all these utility items, be a W bot, be an ult bot until 4 items. It doesn't make sense. Guys, this champion has such ridiculous scalings. We can be more than this. We can be a carry champion. We can be somebody that takes over the lobby. You don't have to settle for this. That being said, with Yone and Aurora, as well as the Skarner, I think they do have enough follow-up on the Jin to actually sort of carry out these team fights. What remains to be seen is whether or not the Alistar, I think, can find that sort of disengage, that counter-engage even, to stop them from being able to follow through on something like a Jin W, a Jin ult, or even the Skarner ult. Because if you can keep the Yone away, if you can keep the Aurora at bay for a little bit, it does allow them to play out those team fights in a much more sort of fruitful manner.
I would proposition that the Aurora in this position functions similarly to the Rumble that we often see paired with Jin in the major regions at the moment, just in terms of consistent, relatively tanky mid-range AP damage that Jin is very good at setting up for, and Aurora in this case also very good at setting up for Jin. Of course, we see the Jin tends to play a couple of screens away, and in this position, you kind of have 4 threats that want to dive relatively far forward. Aurora, Skarner, Yone, Rel will be going well and truly into the team fight, and Jin doesn't have to play connected to this. He can just open with his ult from a distance, and when you open with Jin ultimate into Aurora's ultimate there, you're basically just shooting fish in a barrel. They have no
that sounds
place
like
to
a
go.
really good setup. That sounds like a teamfight controlling setup. Is it going to be enough to sort of the moments between connecting those abilities to survive that with an Aurora and a Yone is pretty much your entire front line?
Yes, I would view it from a position of I think Aurora wants to be going more or less at the same time as your Skarner and your Rel here. Rel is your only true primary engage. Right?
Yeah.
Skarner very good at functioning as secondary engage. Aurora very good at functioning as secondary engage. And Yone is just happy to follow up onto whatever's happening in front of him. And there's a lot of relatively low mobility champions on the side of Broad and Friends. Right? We see a Teemo. I assume this is going into the jungle. I'm really curious to see how that matchup plays out. So I don't know functionally what Teemo is providing to the comp, but the comp as a whole is not the tankiest.
Would it be fair to say he's
contributing?
contributing the vibes?
I mean, you could, assuming that this is Trizzy, you could say that Teemo is the vibes merchant in this game. It's not all about winning, and while Broad and Friends do tend to win, it is also having a little bit of fun with it. So I'm all for that.
All right. I am going to push for predictions.
yeah.
We are on the clock. The game is starting very shortly. Salad, if you have forgotten the true insanity, I've stuck it in general chat for you.
Yeah.
Predictions, please.
Yeah, my prediction is not the Teemo team in the grand scheme of this. I think out of respect to just the fact that I don't want to see the Teemo win the game. Because
Okay.
I think it's a disrespectful pick.
Yeah.
And for that reason, they deserve to lose in 25.
25 minutes on the clock for Salad. Who can argue? Who can argue? The little yodel, the Vandal Scout himself, not drawing praise from Salad. Evie, what's it gonna be?
My heart says Brod and Friends. This comp is very silly, and I like it a lot. But my head says Paragon, even though they haven't picked up a lot of steam in the league so far. I think this comp is quite intelligent. It plays around what's good on the patch. They have some key picks in like your Skarner, your Rel, and your Aurora at the moment. And I feel, based on draft, this should be Paragon's game.
All right, strong draft. I do think if Brown Friends are going to succeed here, it has got to be utter chaos. Evie will be seeing you in a second alongside Brackish Brit. Let's say hi to the casters for game 2 tonight.
I was
Oh.
having. Hello. Sorry, I'm writing some stuff. It is a conspiracy,
Fantastic.
Evie. They are bringing back Teemo just as he's about to get his ASU. I was having a nice day. I had been under the impression for years now that I would never see Teemo again in a competitive game, and now this.
So are we approaching this from a mindset of Riot have paid Brod and Friends to pick Teemo in this game to
No.
drum up some hype for the ASU?
No, just aside, I always love a bit of craziness in the draft. Trizzy is certainly the kind of player that loves a bit of craziness in the draft as well. And I must admit, even I was caught off guard by the Teemo. This seems like so antithetical to how he normally plays. Like, I think of the Gwen. Teemo is worlds away. The only comparison between the two is they like auto-attacking and mostly build AP.
Yeah, it's a slightly different approach to the game, whereas Gwen tends to be very good at, hey, I'm gonna go into your tank line and I'm gonna shred you to death. Teemo is certainly more, I'm gonna be there first, I'm gonna set up the objectives, and this is something we can talk a little bit about as we go
Turn the
forward.
map into the
Teemo,
Falklands.
the king of zone control. And of course, when you're moving the Teemo out of top lane, you're no longer kind of restricted to, I'm going to zone control specifically top river for the first 20 minutes of the game. It's now whatever objective we want to take. Teemo, granted, does need to go there first, as they're setting up the vision, does need to set up the shrooms at the same time, but when you then take the base, you take the mid prio and you enter in again, when you're walking into Teemo's space, you have to constantly consider, well, where has Teemo set up? Where are the mushrooms? Am I going to take half of my health just trying to get into the location we're looking to contest? So I don't hate it. I think it's certainly different, but in a composition that otherwise, when you look at the rest of the comp, they're a little bit short in terms of how they control areas. I don't dislike it.
I wouldn't want you to make. I mean, I know Vigar is the one that makes the anti-short jokes, but I feel like it's best to just not mention height around Yordles in general. Paragon, I can't imagine how it's going to feel walking into any part of the jungle after 20 minutes. Like, they're just going to have to constantly be listening out and hoping that the trees don't start speaking Bandlish.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the likes of the Yoni and the Aurora here, kind of the first wave entry into the team fights, but also far from the tankiest champions in the game, you are not terribly happy if you're stepping onto a Teemo Shroom with, say, Malignance, your Leandries in the 2-item slot. And by the time you enter
That's
the
just
fight,
what he's going to go for, right?
you're already half health. You would expect so. I don't think you see the likes of a Nash's Tooth build here, because we talk about, we've seen Trizzy on Gwen already, and that Gwen was a pretty hard carry performance, certainly took over the game, but Teemo, functionally not the same. I don't think we see the Nash's Tooth here. I think it is just the likes of like a Leandry's Malignance build, just playing for zone control. Of course, the early Fated Ashes really helps Teemo with that clear as well, so it's the kind of thing I'd expect to see.
On top of that, yeah, why put all of your power budget into having to auto-attack when you can just press R and let that do all your damage for you?
Absolutely. And I mean, Teemo, this is a change that came out a while ago. Obviously doesn't come up terribly often, because we don't see a lot of Teemo jungle. But Teemo's blind has
Yeah,
its length
go figure.
doubled. Yeah, unless you're playing in, I don't know, Brox's games as of late. But Teemo's blind has its duration doubled against the jungle camps, which means jungle clear for Teemo is actually really quite safe. Assuming again that this is Teemo jungle, we're not seeing like, I don't know, a Nasus jungle or something come out, which would really throw all of this prep away. As we get into game, yes, it is indeed Teemo jungle. And the lane assignments I spoke about earlier are the ones that we found ourselves with as the Nasus goes into the Aurora lane. Aurora not really able to prevent Nasus from stacking. For the most part, Nasus doesn't care that much about the relatively DPS-based damage that Aurora does. It's a lot of spell rotations as opposed to a lot of burst, whereas in the meantime, we see Nemely on that Nico in the middle lane taking on Timatopper on the Yone. I would consider this to be a skill matchup, so we'll see just how good that Nemely Nico really is.
I mean, it's been very solid every time we've seen it. I think at least it's usually like a 4-man Pot Blossom every game. So, you know, that's the very base level that I have to expect. And you put that on top of a Teemo, on top of the AoE potential that can be coming through. Yeah, that's gonna look really, really nasty, especially when there's quite a lot of very short-range champions here.
Yes, certainly. Like, in the game as a whole, this is a relatively short-ranged game, all things considered, right? Varus and Jhin are your counter to the theme in that case. Varus, of course, very good at playing long range, and Jhin is usually playing from 2 screens away for the most part. But the rest of the comp as a whole is at most mid-range across the board. So any fights that we do see will likely be pretty scrappy, as Timatopper just playing this lane out pretty standard. In general, Nico isn't able to bully the Yone around that much. I mean, it's Yone. He's sat on the Doran shield in the early game. But I feel, in my heart of hearts, that Brod and friends should be outscaling in this game. Because Varus, generally speaking, very good in the late game. Nasus will become relatively unkillable by everyone except kind of a Yone. Aurora can sort of deal with Nasus, but not terribly well. And I just feel like the clutch factor for Nemely is consistently there. Even while they're not the strongest engaged team. You know, if you have Nemely on Nico, maybe you don't need more engage.
I mean, Zeta's going to be able to do a perfectly prominent job of things as well. You see, Trizzy clearing out very effectively, slightly faster on the clear, in fact, than Tofu. Not Tofu, we're looking at... Why am I getting my teams mixed up?
I can't blame you. We've had a long old day and we're on game 2. It's Trizzy caught out.
Caught out, flashed out. Snepex, one more little hit would do it. The slow from the W will be enough. Nice first blood secured by the Skarner. And that is one little thing about the Teemo. You don't have any CC, like proper CC. The blind is going to help a little bit, but you know, that's not going to be securing an exit.
Yeah, it's not what you want to see from your Teemo in the early game. I would consider Teemo to be similar to Gwen in this sense, that he doesn't want to interact with his lanes that much in the early game, as Nemely will take a pretty good chunk from Timatopper as he's going to crush this wave, and Nico is going to have to be pretty careful around this one. You don't want Yone finding that kill on the tower before he takes a reset, because then you really will be in trouble. Teemo's clear speed early game, very good. All things considered, he will rip through camps, especially once you start to get a little bit of AP on there. Teemo kills camps very, very fast. But that's kind of it. You're looking as Teemo to more control multiple jungle quadrants in the early game, the same way that Kayn did in the first game of our day, actually. Without interacting with lanes too much, you want relatively autonomous lanes, and for the most part in the bot lane, we see that happening start to finish. Spark's Varus has been, I mean, Spark in general has been a bit of a star for Brod and friends so far. The split, in my eyes at least, has been a really consistent player, even in their single loss. Had a fantastic game on the Kai'Sa there. And we see this Varus already starting to pull away a little bit, muscle that Jhin out of lane, hasn't had to burn the potion yet, and that's what we like to see out of these lanes. We need to see Varus getting advantage early in the game, because if Jhin is allowed to win this lane out in any facet, it becomes a real issue. We talk about Jhin and his Mosquito Bite auto attacks for the most part with a relatively utility oriented build. And they become really, really non-committal to the fight, right? It doesn't impact the fight terribly much, especially when Jhin is playing with a gold disadvantage. And Trizzy is Trizzy's chilling.
Yep, level 5 right now, so not quite going to be able to affect the map just yet. But it doesn't necessarily need to. Broad and Friends, they don't have the best map state. In fact, SnapX now walking in towards the river, it might find himself in another slightly sticky situation. Meanwhile, bot lane continue to push out. Trizzy, I think, has been forced out. Nemly was able to keep him alive, however. Gov also making his way down alongside Kenji just to keep an eye in. It does look like in the long run, it will end up being a Paragon that have the inside line on the play. Again, not too surprising due to the lack of CC that's available for Broad and Friends right now.
Yeah, this is very much Broad and Friends are looking to cling on for a while and see what they can do in the late game. Of course, Nasus hard scaling will not have the best run of things in that top lane in the early game. Aurora is going to be able to muscle Gov around for the first 15 minutes or so, and it's when Nasus starts being able to stack that magic resist that the matchup becomes trivial. In the meantime, Trizzy going to get into the bottom side of the map, take away some of SnapX's camps, but that's kind of going to be it. You know, Teemo not the best at punishing on the bottom side, and unless Zeta is allowed to set this one up alone, I don't see a dive coming through, though we will see a fight.
Bit of damage coming down onto Last, but it's early game. The stacks aren't quite coming through for Spark yet. That said, he is going to step this one forward. Sack trying to get the hits through, will be able to secure it. And level 6 has been hit for the Paragon bot lane. Spark flashes forward, not able to find the kill onto Last, however, and the curtain call as well. Going to be another kill taken down. Trizzy finds himself in another rough spot, left out to dry, and SnapX will claim another one. Apparently, Scorpion beats Ram.
Yeah, and while Teemo is generally, lore-wise, considered to be a Yordle soldier, this is not a war zone he wants to be a part of. There's 0-2-0 in the early game, and it just feels like Trizzy is a little bit overconfident, maybe, with the fights that he's looking to take. Engaging into spaces where Teemo just doesn't have a right to early game, and Skarner, just a bundle of raw base stats, one of the best stat checkers in the game.
That's kind of what I was meaning when I said that, like, Trizzy is a Gwen player. The Teemo feels kind of out of left field, and I think, as you'd observed, this might be him feeling perhaps a little bit out of sorts. Of course, he can just go back to chilling. Teemo does chill pretty well, as you said, safe enough when clearing camps, clears them pretty darn quickly as well. Once he gets to a first major item, then we might be more in business. Although, one thing I will like to point out, that Rico bow looks a lot like Nash's to me.
That does look an awful lot like a Nash's tooth, and that would say this Teemo is not necessarily being played for the zone control specialist we would take him to be. We normally see Teemo in the jungle as a, yes, I'm going to set up around objectives, I'm going to drop all my shrooms, and if you want to contest me, you're going to walk through at least 4 of them. Whereas in this case, for Nash's Tooth Teemo, it feels like we're leaning more into the DPS-y build you might see more in top lane. As we just continue to take short trades in this bot lane. Spark's CS lead is growing, second on second. And in the top side, we saw earlier on, Kenji had a really sizable CS lead onto this Nasus, but we've started to get to that point where Nasus has a few levels under his belt. He doesn't really care about the damage that Aurora's doing to him. We're going to see the Liandry's Rush coming out on Aurora here, but even so, we see the base coming from Gov. He's going to pick up those CDR boots and the Null Magic Mantle, and we're getting to the point now where Aurora's damage is, as we mentioned, trivial. Nasus doesn't care about it too much and can just stack on through it, so that CS lead has shrunk a little bit, but the gold lead for Paragon is growing by the second. We've just ticked over, approaching towards 2,500 gold, and Trizzy is back to this river bush.
I mean, sure, you've got to land the CC though. Root comes through. Timmer does have flash, but not enough distance, and Gov makes the short hop down from the top lane for the play. In the meanwhile, though, re-engaged through towards the bottom side. A lot of CC missed there, actually, but Spark still going to fall eventually. Zeta going to flash away, will be able to survive, but in spite of the CS advantage Spark has been able to build up, it's a second time now that Paragon have just got more bodies to bot lane and are really supporting their carry.
when we take a look at the side of Broad and Friends in terms of a 3v3 bot side, you'll find they are very short in terms of setup for themselves. Varusol, of course, fantastic, but Alistair prefers to be disengaging compared to engaging, at least in a 3v3. You want to keep the Rel and the Skarner off of your carries as opposed to accessing onto Lasp on that Jhin. Whereas on the side of Paragon, they have not just disengage, but also fantastic primary engage as well in these 3v3s, and it's proving a consistent issue. Snepex has been able to access into the spot line consistently, right? We take a look at the vision, right? But we have set up around the spot side river, and it is lit up like a Christmas tree for Paragon, whereas Trizzy
Immediately
is in
has to
trouble.
flash straight into the Fate Sealed, followed up with the Impale, and again, feeling just out of place. TP is now being committed by the side of Paragon as Between Worlds is used as well. Nemly, no flash. Sack does not care about tanking a few tower hits and is even going to take the kill credit for that Nico. And Paragon, they are off to the races, 3k ahead. They've got a second set of grubs ready to take up. And Broad and Friends, they might have been feeling themselves just a little bit too much.
Whichever worlds you're between, Nemly is not a part of it any longer, as Kenji with a really nice roam bear. And this is all this team fight setup we were talking about on the desk prior, as we get up towards nearly a 4k gold lead now, and Snepex is going to get up to 6 Void Grubs. We have complete objective dominance on top of the kill and the gold lead that we already see from Paragon, as they're starting to accelerate away with a lead that I don't know if Broad and Friends will be able to close in on, no matter how well their
Compositionally?
composition scales.
Yeah, this is a... I look at these champions, and they do fine in a vacuum when they're even. Like, Nasus can get to be a nigh immortal frontline damage threat, everything, spamming Qs in your face forever. But you're face to face with an accelerated Skarner, 301 on Snepex, who can CC you up for days. You're face to face with a Jhin, granted, not the best at dealing with the high health targets, but going to be able to lock you up even more so. Like, what is Nasus' greatest weakness? It's, oh, I need to hit people to gain life back. Just, if you lock him down long enough, then that life is never going to be able to be stolen. In fact, I think it's Gov's life that may end up being repeatedly stolen as the game goes on. But Paragon right now, they're kind of just chilling. You're 2.5 minutes until the next Drake.
Paragon are running
They
this
don't
one
really
over a
need to-
little bit.
They don't really need to do anything, is what I mean.
Yeah, they can pretty much sit back and relax. They have some fantastic
Whoa,
scaling on their own
Sack.
side. There's a nice engage onto Sack.
I mean, they are going to be able to find this one. Zeta is the one that picks it up, though, and that is not who you want that gold on. Meanwhile, Timmer comes through with the teleport. Snepex is here also, not quite able to find the angle onto Trizzy, but Zeta, of course, no way you're going to get out with that Alistair. The beginnings of a good play from Broad and Friends, but again, Paragon read it, and they get numbers there quicker.
It's a really rapid collapse from Timur on the Yone here, and this is just the teleport advantage that presumably isn't being correctly communicated as we're looking to open into this play. Nemly does not have TP, and while we will get some damage onto the tower of Paragon in the mid lane, doesn't matter, because that's a lot of gold going into the pockets of Paragon, not just from a fight that ends up turning in their way, even after losing the initial kill onto Sack. Nemly now having to fight his way out of a very tricky position.
I mean, yes, sure.
Well,
This, something ain't right here. Pivotless.
yeah, Broad are a little bit out of sorts, and it feels like, as opposed to just saying,
I
well,
mean-
maybe we can scale back into it, they're panicking.
They
Spark
haven't
trying to
drafted
take a
themselves
1v1.
enough options. Spark already 0-3 right now, and I mean, you're going on hit a champion that requires you to play at a certain range into Aurora, Skarner, Yone, Rel? Like, how are you ever allowed to hit in this game as Spark?
Spark has typically been the bright spark for Broad and Friends up to now, but this time his light is snuffed out. I don't really feel like he's having the transition from that early game lead into strong fights that we'd be looking to have, because as soon as we see Snepex starting to get into the bottom side and we start to see those 3v3s open up, suddenly Spark can't contribute an awful lot. You like to see a really strong frontline built around a Varus, and in this case, Alistair is reasonably good frontline, he's reasonably good at disengaging the Rel, but when you have Rel and Skarner both looking to move on to you at the same time, well, you can only remove one of those threats, and Spark now has been put so far into the hole that I do not feel Varus will be able to work his way back out again. Of course, this champion does have fantastic bases, and Nemli's found in the side lane by Timur once again.
Half the health gone already, just casually Yone thinks, not quite able to secure the kill. Trizzy now showing up towards the bot side, but look at all of this damage. Timur Topper does not care in the slightest, rushes on through, will be able to secure the kill. Nemli is going to find the Pot Blossom, it is traded a shutdown across to Spark. Again, Paragon though, they just have the numbers. Gov showing up, but he gets locked up for days. You can't gain health if you're crowd controlled. Snepex will pick up his 4th kill. And who this day comes into this 0-2 Paragon against a 2-1 Broad and Friends and expects at 16 minutes for there to be a nearly 7,000 gold lead and a 13-3 scoreline?
Yeah, we're starting to see the Paragon of, not of old necessarily, but the Paragon of a few months ago at the NLC RPS, but was really looking quite dominant, looking in shape to move on towards NLC Division 2. And so far, we've just not seen that Paragon in the Four Nations, but now this feels like a Paragon that's come to play. This feels like a Paragon that said, okay, we're done playing now. We're going to start winning games. We're going to look towards winning the league. We're going to give Ruddy and Verdant some competition at the top of the table as the Teemo finally moves into a CS lead. This is what you like to see as a Teemo. Unfortunately, it's coming around about 13 minutes too late for Trizzy, as those early plays have not worked out, and whilst he will be picking up the Liandry soon, there's only so much zone control you can provide when there's no objectives you can even look to begin.
Mercifully, for the side of Broad and Friends, I think they Cloud Soul is one of those ones that you're not too worried about giving over if the game goes long enough. If I was looking, staring down a mountain or an ocean soul right now, I think it would almost be a, wrap it up, boys. And outside of Paragon, like turbo griefing, there wouldn't be much of a way back in. But Cloud Soul, yes, it's one of those sort of invisible souls that does provide a really big benefit, but it's not one that you feel as much as some of the other ones, which is why I think a lot of people underrate Cloud Soul a lot of the time.
Certainly. And I mean, you look at a comp like this, okay, is Jhin getting value from Cloud Soul? Absolutely not. I suppose, well, Trizzy going to be looking to take this play 2v1 with Gov against Kenji in the side lane.
I mean, Aurora, no flash, no between worlds, no way out. That is going to be a first kill handed across to Trizzy, and now Zeta is found towards the top side. I think he thought he had more support nearby than he actually did, as Snepex going to pick up his 6th kill of the game. Timur Topper more than happy to just keep shoving waves in. He's got a level advantage over Nemli. He is 30 CS up 35 now. And it's pretty clear right now that Broad and Friends aren't committing anyone to deal with him.
No, I think the hope from them here is that Nemli can just dissuade it completely alone, but that's simply not happening. The Yone with a strike breaker finished is...
I need to vent. I heard Drysal
Get it
on
all
the
out of your
desk.
system.
I am going to flame Paragon a little bit. I'm going to flame the entire competitive league scene here.
Fantastic.
What is with this Jhin build? Why? This is a champion that can, like, 2-hit people if you just build Eye Edge. I know it's been nerfed. I know everything's been nerfed. But like, in seasons past, if I saw a player build static on Jhin, I'd just be reporting him. Because that's just straight trolling.
Do you know what it's shades of? And I'm not sure if you recall this time. So it wasn't that long ago, but it came up every now and then in competitive League of Legends. It would drive me positively insane. Was the Gale Force Rapid Fire Lord Dominic's Regards Jinx players and their proclivity towards auto attacks that would deal a total of around about 4 damage. But at least they couldn't die. Unlike Kenji, who may find himself very, very dead.
Gov's just ghosting him down, and that is going to work out just fine. A second death in a relatively short period of time from Kenji here. And we were talking about this being a game Paragon, it's Paragons to lose. This is kind of the way that they do lose it. They still need to respect because Broad and Friends, they still do plenty of damage, but in a situation like this, they should basically be completely unable to take the 5v5. So you shouldn't be over-forcing your side lane advantages because you are risking getting picked, as we've just seen.
As we mentioned, the Nasus, like you say, it gets to a point where the Aurora damage is completely negligible. It just doesn't matter that much. And from now, I would rather see Timur moving into the Nasus side lane. Of course, the Wither is annoying as far as the attack speed slow goes, but with the amount that's been invested in terms of magic resist so far from the side of Gov, the Yone will do significant damage, can take trades with relative safety, but you can see that Timur really, really wants to get this bottom lane tier 2 tower down and just hasn't been able to so far, chipping away at it ever so slightly. And we will now see Trizzy and Gov collapsing on the bottom lane onto Timur.
Immediately, Fate Sealed to get out of that one. Does have a flash available as well. Q3 on the Mortal Steel should be able to make some distance. He's still not flashing yet. Zac is, though, as he needs to get back into the tower. Lasp was also forced to burn his own, but now it seems they are mostly stuck in a rough situation. Spark, among multiple members, is able to secure the kill onto Zac, has reached that second item point, so the damage now coming through, but it's too late to really matter. Trizzy stepping out of the brush here, but I mean, there's nobody to kill as they're currently charging alongside the wave down mid lane.
Trizzy's trying to get into a position where, as Paragon turn back onto their exit objective here, which would be that dragon, they might take a little bit of damage for it, but we see Paragon have a completely free inside track onto the soul point should they wish. Snepex, however, moving into the top side, and I feel like they might want to hunt down Trizzy. Alternatively, they could look to set up a Nash, but the Drake is there, the Drake is free. You're 5 out alive on the map once again, with Trizzy just about as far away from this Drake as he could possibly be. I feel like this should just be a free soul point for Paragon.
Yeah, should be the easiest Drake of their lives right now, as Gov going to push up the wave a little bit and then retreat in case of a potential collapse. Does seem right now that Broad and Friends might actually try to come in and commit for this Drake, and Paragon, out of respect, do actually choose to hold back. They are lacking a lot of major ultimates right now. Impale is down. Fate Sealed is down. Curtain Call is down. So there could be a moment here where Paragon just go, you know what, bro? It's okay. Take the Drake. There's a tier 2 in bot lane that can easily be picked up by Kenji here. There's Timotopper looking towards the side. Don't think they're looking for an engage
It's
angle.
a
In
good
fact,
position
it
for
looks
Aurora
like
to collapse
Kenji
into, though. Aurora can move here. They're
might
looking
it
between
be
worlds as
between
popped.
worlds. Straight through as Snepex comes over the wall as well. Paragon again finding a good angle. The damage, however, in this choke point is considerable out of Broad and Friends. Snepex has to flash over the wall. Kenji, however, dropping, yes, down. The Timotopper, though, doing great work. Already got the double kill secured. Gov not going to be able to get out of that one. Last will also claim 2. And you know what? That was the closest fight I've seen so far this game.
Yeah,
Of course,
the
over
closest
24
fight
minutes,
we see, but it might be a little anticlimactic, but we could see a very close fight straight to a game end. Spark not alive for another 15 seconds, and there's a
that's
lot of
kind of
damage
where I was
coming
about
out
to
here.
get to, yeah. It's the closest fight, but you're still 9k down at 25 minutes. It seems Paragon not quite done with this game just yet. They will choose to reset for now. They're nearly 10k up. There is a Baron up and available. If they don't necessarily want to skip steps, then they can go towards that. They can look for picks. They can look to bait Broad and Friends down there and just end the game by the book.
And frankly, when we look at that previous team fight, of course, we're talking about Broad and Friends having a lot of damage in the choke, and it's kind of Timotopper that drags it back from the brink, just engaging into the backline, managing to find Spark in another choke around the area, up towards the base. But realistically speaking, if Paragon aren't able to just slap Broad and Friends around with their wallets in that position, I feel like that's a fight that Broad could have been winning. It's one that you'll look back and you'll sort of regret the early game as you see the composition functioning the way you want it to. Teemo's allowed to set up on the way into the objective, as we see a lot of shrooms sitting around this Nash already, and should Paragon start it, they're more than likely to jump into 1 or 2 of them. But as we see the comp play out the way you want it to, you start to think, okay, well, maybe if they're not 9k gold down,
Yeah.
this is a game that Broad would stand a good chance in.
Well, they're currently just being zoned out of their own jungle as Zac comes over the wall. Nemli going to be able to use the Pop Blossom, but it does next to no damage. Kenji more than happy to pick that kill up. as the members of Paragon, they seem to be emboldened enough to try and start this one up. There is a ward there, now spotted out, that could allow Gov to join the play, but already a member down. Broad and friends need to pull something truly miraculous out of the hat. Timatopper coming over the wall to try and zone people away. Gov going to take the tower down in the bottom lane as the health of the Baron still at 4.5k right now. Snepex does get hit. Spark, though, found by Timmer, and the fate will be sealed. Snepex taking down Trizzy as well. They don't need the Baron. That was exactly the situation I was talking about there, Pivotless. Bait them in, kill them, end the game. Gov is still in the bottom lane. Should be able to pick up this tier 2 turret before the base is broken open, but he needs to get back to base swiftly. Going to use the TP to do so. Nemli is up. So it'll be on to the solo laners of Broad and friends to ensure this game goes on any longer. They got 15 on Spark, 15 on Trizzy. If they can continue this game, no Baron means that the waves will disappear pretty quickly. They are looking to go on to Gov here. He's just not tanky enough. The damage from Paragon is too much. But in his sacrifice, Broad and friends persist.
It's going to be one tower down at the nexus of Broad and friends, but the sacrifice that Gov makes there, able to keep this game alive, as Timatopper's not quite done.
And, I mean, it feels like Broad and friends might be now. False sense of security issued by Paragon as 4 members now walking into the base. The rest of them will not be far behind. Snepex is going to hit onto a Nemli clone. Not going to make a huge difference. The tower's now being hit onto. They're just waiting for the wave to arrive. Nemli is able to find a 3-man Pot Blossom, but there's nobody to follow up. Trizzy isn't doing any damage. He will fall also. The double kill for Lasp. Gov here as well, but the CC. Nasus is just unable to do anything. And the Broad and friends will simply concede the game. Paragon, it took them 28 minutes to do it, but it was calm. It was collected. They didn't overplay their hand too much. They close it out for a nice, clean first win in the Autumn Split.
And a shout out for a game that has been really quite phenomenal from Snepex. We've not been too excited about it on the cast, but 10-0-12
Yeah, 10-0-12.
out of Ascana, that is wow. And what we mean when we talk about Paragon in the NLC RPS and how good they were, this is shades of that former brilliance. This is shades of a team that can compete with the teams at the top end of the table. And after this game, it's just Venom Crest left winless as Paragon get theirs on the board. They say, we got ours. We're not going to go quietly as they take a win over Broad and friends, putting them down to 2-2.
Fantastically done, as they will get themselves off the mark. We have yet to see, of course, if that will be enough to get them into the next stage of the tournament. Of course, 3rd versus 4th from both of the 2 groups, I believe, will fight for the remaining spots. Of course, we've still got some regular season games before we figure that one out, however. And it's certainly got more time to go. 2 more games need to be played. We've got Nuclear Vikings versus DMG, Verdant versus Belfast Storm coming up very shortly. We're going to throw it to a break. Hopefully we'll get through to those very swiftly again. Thank you for sticking with us. We'll be back in a few.
Don't go anywhere.
Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should I ever tell them how I really feel? Should distance and take my hand. I wanna refocus. Lost on my music, my regrets.
Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Come to the garden, darling, I will wait for you. Here I will sit till morning like true lovers do. Wait for you. Wait for you.
Oh, I got lost on the way to you in an orange sky by the ocean blue. Every mile lost, my soul renewed, taken by the sunrise and the golden view. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. Oh, I know that you've been waiting. It's in these moments. Oh, I got lost on a winding road in the dark of night with the stars aglow. Heaven's up above, got me below as I head to you like the river flows. Walking slowly in the mountains underneath the constellations. Yeah, I know that you've been waiting for me. Time is losing all its meaning, like I'm living in a dream, and I've been chasing all the feelings I need. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments. It's in these moments with words unspoken, my eyes wide open, life tastes so sweet. It's in these moments where all I know is coming into focus, and now I see. It's in these moments.
Of game number 3, I have stepped off the casting desk alongside Kibbles, who's you've been doing a lot of double duty today, Vivian. I'm very
Can't get
impressed
rid of
by
me
it, honestly.
today.
But
I'm like a rash.
also-
I won't leave.
we've also been joined by Shibby. Welcome on in for the final 2 games of the day. I joked in the green room that we seem to be meeting up like this. I don't know. Maybe it's planned, maybe it's fate. But we got 2 more games starting on up. Nuclear Vikings versus DMG. How are we feeling about these teams?
You want to go? I'll go. I like both of these teams. They're
go.
awesome. Nuclear Vikings right now. I mean, I think they're looking pretty hot, pretty sick. I think the marquee matchup for me, at least specifically between Nuclear Vikings and DMG, is that mid lane matchup. I think Akira versus Eden. It's just gonna be spicy, right? Like they're not gonna take it.
Oh,
They're not gonna
yes.
take a mage and just like randomly farm. They're gonna want to try to kill you. They're gonna call their jungler. I mean, these are the kind of players that I like to see kind of duke it out. And that mid lane matchup for me, specifically with the changes that came in, right, with this new patch that we're playing on. Oh, I'm excited. That's my marquee matchup. I'm sure you guys have something different.
No, I'm right with you. Not about you as well, Pivotless.
I mean, the main thing for me is, because of course we're going on to 14-19, the return of Lethal Tempo. And when I look at DMG, I always consider Rannick to be a massive Jinx enjoyer. So those two factors in tandem, we could well see the Jinx being prioritized pretty heavily here. I would have thought going into this game, if you'd asked me about it a couple of weeks ago, this is a matchup we'd be looking at towards seeing like, okay, this is kind of a battle for the middle of a pack. Who's going to finish third and who's going to finish fourth? But Nuclear Vikings have come out on a tear so far. Currently 2-0, looking to make that 3 today. And with the meta moving in a direction where Eden's very happy, has been able to get the Syndra already once, and we'll see if that happens again today. I think the meta does somewhat favour Nuclear Vikings. I'm curious to see if they can convert that into a win again today.
Speaking of the Syndra, of course, we already saw it play bot lane earlier in the day. Do you feel like this is a champion that most teams just shouldn't allow through now that it's got this versatility?
For me, certainly. I feel like she's B1able level of strength, and when Jarvan and Xin Zhao are both off the board, Syndra then slots into place alongside Aurora as one of these extremely multi-role flexible champions that doesn't have a lot of bad matchups.
Yeah, unless your Orianna is like really good and you can kind of swing that Syndra Ori matchup, you can have that pairing like Pivotless mentioned, like the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan. We could see end up like Sejuani kind of ham-fisted into there as we see more jungle picks come in. Yeah, if your Orianna's not up to par, if your Hui's not up to par, which is a champion that we've been kind of seeing as like a pseudo answer to the Syndra, yeah, I mean she's definitely B1able. And if there's no jungle threat, if there's no one that can like flash instantaneously CC the Syndra, it's lights out. That Syndra should have like a free lane, and then she just dominates team fights with all her CC and the burst. Like it is kind of disgusting, but the world is healing. Mid lane is healing for me when we see Syndra and Ori back in the meta.
AD carries, yes, yeah. I think we can safely say that AD carry summer is over, and we are back to the nice, comfy, sit down by the fire. We've got our mages back. Worlds is on. Like, welcome back, friendos. I'm gonna have some actual fun in mid lane going forwards. Like, I maybe actually get to play my Victor in solo queue.
Yeah.
I'd certainly approaching the realms of viability, but champion I've not seen much so far in Four Nations that I do think is pretty strong is actually the Rise as well. And again, we talked about, we're entering World Season. We're entering World Season. It's time for Azir and Rise, Syndra, Orianna. In this case, this year, Sylas also in a very good spot and relatively good into all of these matchups. So the days
specifically,
of, I'm opening LCK. Oh, what's happening in the middle lane? It's Lucian versus Draven. How thrilling. Those days are a little bit dead. And when we've seen, even on 14-18 last patch, teams that are still opting into the likes of a Tristana mid at an elite level are failing. The champions just not performing.
Absolutely. In fact, I think that most teams, I mean, obviously Tristana was brought in specifically because she was good in mid lane. There's like nobody, I don't think, that would ever consider picking her in bot lane anymore, just because of how her range really limits her in the early stages of the game. Of course, she did get that little change though.
Yeah.
That she's got actual AD carry range at level 1.
14-19 is the return of Tristana to her level 1 range of, I think it may have been changed.
550.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I was like maining Tristana at the time. I think it may have been about season 8, season 9 maybe, where Tristana had her level 1 range reduced from 550 to 525. She's been given that back. It makes her a lot more viable in these early skirmishes bot lane.
She just gets to actually play in bot lane without getting auto attack traded on every time she steps up for CS.
Beyond that, and this might seem strange to hear about a champion who's been looking mostly towards Kraken Slayer Blade of the Ruined King for the longest time now, she has become, with the strength of her E being moved so heavily towards this ability scales extremely hard with crit chance, one of the best 3-item core users of Essence Reaver, Navori Quickblades, Infinity Edge. Her E will nuke you from 2/3 health on that item build, and she loves Reaver.
You know why I love this build? You don't need attack speed on Tristana. You've got a Q. You know how much attack speed that ability gives you?
We're finally going to get into draft, and immediately the Hecarim removed after Rigged put on what I would consider to be the 1v9 of a split so far the last time this champion was picked up. The Skarner removed as well, and Shen taken off the board, one of these multi-role flexes. And it's all, well, you see Shen and you think, well, that's not all junglers, but realistically speaking, it's all junglers so far. Shen's found a niche in the jungle, and Syndra's still open right now. So Varus has been banned. This won't be red side first rotation picked for the first time today. And Karthus and Hecarim both removed as Jinx is gifted to Rhynek.
There we go. As you prophesized. However, Nuclear Vikings hitting straight back. Ziggs for Brody. and the Ivern for Fruity Carrots. Okay. But these teams know exactly what they want, and they are going tooth and nail straight for it. Syndra, as you said, still up and available. I certainly feel like neither Eden nor Akira would feel particularly sad taking those.
Ooh.
Of course, we do need to see what the priority is going to be for Rigged.
That
It does
doesn't
look like
excite me.
Maokai is going to be locked in. I mean, at the end of the day, it's not the most exciting, it's not the most flashy of junglers, but it does really work well with the Jinx. It makes so much space because you can't just walk through nature's grasp.
Certainly,
yeah,
you can
once
look at
the-
this from a perspective of Silas right now is also building more like a bruiser, so you do have a pretty heavy front line. You're open to pick whatever you want for the Jinx right now in bot lane.
I think that's why
Yeah,
we see
and
the
with-
Leona now coming out for Sandwich. And that's just something to get onto the Jinx. Obviously, we do need to find some kind of dive buddy for her, which we can look to the solo lanes to find. Right now, of course, both teams going to look to prevent some strong pickups. The Braum, of course, always has a good time into these engaged supports. So that's going to be taken off the board. Okay, I've
Vayne
got to
being
ask you
removed
about
is
this one,
interesting.
Shibby. Why are we seeing a Vayne ban?
Yeah, Vayne being removed is pretty interesting, unless they're afraid of like a Vayne top counter pick potentially coming out from Nuclear Vikings. Right now, the composition is pretty interesting. We talked about Syndra being B1able, how, you know, if you, unless your Ori's up to par, you can kind of just like pick that up. I think Nuclear Vikings is going to trend towards maybe double AD solo lanes. You have the magic damage coming out of the Ziggs here in that bottom side. Can flex it to mid if you really want to, but it's going to do fine into the Jinx, and I don't really want to put Ziggs into Silas. I mean, yeah, I think the Vayne is just there for a counter pick. We already see the Yone, so that's going to go into Silas. Silas does horrible against AD mid laners, by the way. If you recall, Renekton used to be one of his biggest counters when Yone was introduced. That's that champion obviously is a big counter. Yasuo into Silas is a very nice matchup. So it'll be tough for DMG's mid laner here to kind of navigate this lane. I don't know if they want to flex it to the top side. That'd be really spicy, but Nuclear Vikings to me is trending towards those double AD solo lanes. And with all the bans that have been put through, Nuclear Vikings can just rock the K'Sante into this Jax and be completely fine. Like if they just need that other tanky frontliner, so the Ziggs and the Yone can just do damage. You've also got a nice pairing with the Ivern, with the Leona plus potentially K'Sante. This Nuclear Vikings comp is pretty rock solid.
Has the like reworked K'Sante hit the Rift yet?
I believe it has. A lot of people
Yeah,
are calling
it's this
K'Sante
patch.
dead. Yeah, but I don't think K'Sante never dies. K'Sante will never die.
Well,
This
Poppy is going
is-
to be the last pick here for DMG. I mean, it's definitely a right pain for Yone to deal with. Obviously, wanting to go forwards with Mortal Steel dashes, Poppy will be able to mitigate that to a certain extent. The
This
Jax
is a
as
case
well.
of DMG trying to put as many bodies in the way for their
In front
Jinx
of the
as possible
Jinx.
at this point. Yeah, it's
Yep.
Yeah.
Poppy is disruption. Your Maokai is disruption. I think that is a. I'm not going to get too excited about it because it would be silly to get excited about. However, you could, on paper, put the Silas top into Nahir. It's a very Silas favoured matchup. And then you can have your Jax
that's
lane
gonna be-
mid into the Yone.
So, hold up. Is this Maokai support or Poppy?
I think it's Poppy
I
support.
believe it's Poppy support.
Yeah.
It's Poppy support because you can W the Leona E and she's kind of stuck in place for a long time. Also negates, I believe, the Ivern Q if you get really close range. So like if Ivern uses his Q onto any of these targets and Yone dashes in and Poppy has the W up, stuns that, roots that. Poppy has a lot of value here, and you're not
Oh,
really
yeah.
picking her for income. You're just picking her for the W in this
It's
case.
also deceptively good into Ziggs. You think about Ziggs as a champion, but in general is pretty good at maintaining his spacing. However, a lot of that is because he can satchel charge himself away. Poppy W, on the other hand, that steadfast presence will prevent the Ziggs from knocking himself away, and the snap on the audacious charge to begin with tends to be so fast that Ziggs can't get the satchel down in time to disrupt Poppy's engage onto him. So if Poppy's allowed to play bushes in lane and Leona doesn't control them well enough, Poppy can quite easily put the Ziggs in a big hole in this laning phase, prevent him from getting the plates that are making this champion the menace that he has been for quite a while.
I mean, let's dig deeper on that then, Shibby. Like, how do we expect this early lane to go down? With the assumption that it is the Poppy, because I do want to highlight that there is the potential of Poppy going into one of three roles here. Poppy could go support, could go jungle, could go top. So why are we assuming it's support? Obviously, you said that it has got the best situation versus the Leona, but why not?
Yeah,
put it somewhere else.
I think in this case you're not really looking to put a ton of gold on the Poppy, right? Like her value, her inherent value will come from that W. A lot of Poppies go Hail of Blades. You can get those, really quick trades with the E into Hail of Blades into Q, and you kind of just back up
The
here.
Mickey special, yeah.
Maokai with that gold is gonna do a lot more with a lot more value, right? Typically, we'll see the like very high value Maokai builds where you'll go like the Zeke's Herald into Warmogs, like that's still very popular. And you don't want to put it top because you just picked a Jax. Like you're not gonna throw that Jax mid lane. You're not gonna like really mess around too much with it. The income needs to be on that top side here. Jinx is gonna scale into the late game, and Poppy's value is gonna come from the W and how she's just inherently really tanky, right? With the passive on her W as well. She gains armor and magic resist. Like she's a deceptively tanky champion with not much gold. And I think that's why Poppy should go in the support role here.
By the way, I've started to notice this every time we're on a broadcast together. I just, from one person who's been around for far too long to another, I hear you say Zeke's Herald. I was like, oh, I remember that item.
Convergence. What is a convergence? This is the thing. Zeke's Herald, much stronger branding, right? I know what a herald is. What is a convergence?
The thing
It's
is,
Ninja Tabby.
the Zeke's
It's
Herald
Ninja
isn't
Tabby.
even a herald. It's just like a banner type thing. So like that the branding wasn't great on it anyway.
Right.
But let's be real.
Heralding
Let's not
the
get
arrival
too
of
deep
Zeke.
into the taxonomy of league item names. I mean, we could also. I mean, do you remember the whole rabbit hole we had to deal with the old ornaments? Oh, that was a
Oh, yeah, it's Syzygy. What's a Syzygy?
syzygy. Absolutely. Yes, those are all gone now. What isn't gone, of course, are the teams getting onto the Rift. And let's take a look away then, Shibby, towards elsewhere on the Rift. Like, do you expect any craziness coming from these lanes in the early stage of the game? Of course, Sylas can get very aggressive, but they have pulled him away from his assassin identity quite a bit.
Yeah, he's gonna go that more beefy tanky build that Pivotless was talking about, right? I've seen the Roa build. I've seen some of them kind of go pivot into like Leandries, into more of a beefy kind of build. So we'll see what he opts into the Yone, if he's gonna pick up that early arm guard to see if he can trade. Because, like I mentioned, Sylas into AD solo laners it's just not fun, right? Yone, Yasuo, Renekton, like these kind of champions really just put a hamper on what he can do, and they can pick up a relatively solid early executioner's calling without destroying their build completely, right? It's 800 gold. It's a little bit different from the Oblivion Orb because a lot of the mage items or mage champions are really reliant on hitting those item power spikes. Yone can back, slot in a longsword and executioner's calling, and that Sylas is just not going to be able to do anything. Not ever going to be able to trade with them, especially with the extra shielding, the snapback, all that kind of stuff. This champion is still very, very good, and I'm surprised that we haven't been seeing more of it, but yeah, Sylas has to kind of try to avoid this lane. I like the idea that you guys brought up of bringing the Jax into the mid and throwing the Sylas into the Gnar, because Gnar is Gnar. Gnar's going to win lane regardless, right? That's the whole point you pick him. So why not just give him a lane into the Sylas and have the Jax kind of be able to trade with the Yone a little bit into the mid lane?
I think it's certainly it's a diverse world we're living in as far as Sylas itemization goes. The Roa, as his first item, has been relatively core for a long time, with the exception of the Lichbane coming in matchup dependent. Right now, we see a lot of Hextech Rocket Belt coming in as a first item, just in terms of target access, but something that's cropped up a little bit, not so much in solo queue, but certainly more so in Champions queue recently, is Sylas building more or less as a pure tank. We've seen some Sunfire cape rush on Sylas relatively infrequently, but in top lane matchups, Sylas does this every now and then into his harder AD matchups. I doubt we see it this game because I feel like they do need to shore up their damage profile a little bit. I mean, when you have
it's like
a Poppy and a Maokai, you need damage somewhere. It can't just be Jinx.
Jax does some good damage, but no, I agree. The full tank Sylas does feel a little bit out there. We are getting quite close to game, however, so I do want to get your hot takes as we head onto the Rift. Which of these drafts are you preferring, Pivotless? You go first.
When I look at Nuclear Vikings' draft, it's something I would expect to see in the picks and bans section if I were to go to LCK Leaguepedia and just scroll back for the last few patches. It's very reminiscent of a relatively easy to execute front to back. Ziggs is going to take towers, move to top, take towers, and we're going to play. You can either just play front to back team fights, you can play 1-3-1. I like it a lot.
I'm being told very quickly, Shibby, just like 5 words or less, because we are getting onto the Rift.
Ivern is a cool champion.
Fantastic. We've got 2 new casters coming on. Luna and Savonix are ready to take you through the remaining 2 games of the days. Guys, take it away.
Hello, one and all.
Yo!
All right, how's it going?
I'm good. I'm really excited to watch this game. Nuclear Vikings
brain
up
hurt.
against DMG. I
I
actually
would have
rate
really liked
both
an
these
enchanter
rosters
for DMG.
quite highly. However, DMG's last
yeah,
game,
DMG might sneak
it
this
was
one.
kind of just rigged Hecarim. Everyone else
Yeah.
kind of ran it down. So I'm curious to see how much they bounce back from that last one against Vertex. No offense to Vertex, but they are, ranked one of the lower squads, and they almost lost the game if it wasn't for Rig. So, yeah. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm very excited. I get to watch one of my old players play today and possibly flame them a little bit. So that's always going to be fun. We do need to point out, though, we have Rhynek Jinx. Rhynek is a very big Jinx. Rhynek is a very big Jinx player. Has been for years. Has been in the scene for a while. And has always looked quite good on this champion. And when you've got a composition this heavily geared around keeping that Jinx safe,
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's a really good draft. Of course, I think the one thing I'm slightly concerned of is the matchup. Of course, as the desk were discussing, Sylas does really struggle into AD mid laners, and I think Yone is one of Sylas' worst matchups. It's almost like on Sylas mid, you want to trade aggressively, but so does Yone, and he kind of just wins out on that aggressive trading. So that is going to be a pain point for DMG if they can't get that Sylas through the early game, but I'm looking across the board, some decent ultimates to take away. You have Gnar ultimate, you have Ziggs ultimate, you have Leona ultimate. It's just about making sure you don't give too many kills over to the Yone.
Yeah, I mean, even the Daisy is pretty good, right? Has solid AP scalings. We've seen Ivan go towards a little bit more damage in the past as well. Now, I believe we should be getting onto the Rift very, very shortly. So, following on from our analyst predictions, who are you expecting to win this game, Sonics, based on the drafts we've seen?
Oh gosh, I was really hoping you didn't ask me. I think based off draft, DMG do have a draft that fits their team or their players very, very well. So I think that's one thing I really do have to consider. But Nuclear Vikings team comp just looks so easy to play. It requires half a brain cell to pull off a draft like this. It's like, yeah, Ziggs doesn't even really have to hit skill shots. Like it'll hit themselves. Weirdly enough, I know that sounds weird to say, but I mean, I think ease of execution is always something that I value in team compositions, especially at I guess a pro amateur level like the UKL. So I think based off that, I will probably put my vote on to Nuclear Vikings.
Okay, well, time will tell. Of course, we got rigged off of a carry this game onto the Maokai. Now, I don't know if you've heard me and Blocks are in the same room together recently, but we are convinced that Maokai means lose. So we'll see if that does come true for DMG. Of course, Nuclear Vikings on a tear, as was earlier mentioned, 2-0 currently to DMG's 1-1. We'll see how the early stages play out. We are just going to see a bit of reverse pathing, but of course, Ivern pathing, not always standard.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Maokai, that point though is really, really true, especially since currently the durability changes has come through. A lot of damage has been removed. A lot of resistances has been added to items. Health, for example, has kind of been added on to most, if not all items. And yeah, there's been a big drop off of bruises. I think some bruises are still playable, but for the most part, it is a tank related meta right now, and I think Maokai, he's a bit, he's like a tank, but for some reason he does somehow get one shot here and there. So we'll be interested to see how both these teams benefit off the new patch. Curious to see that the Yone hasn't opted for the lethal tempo. I know a lot of Yone players that I speak to has raved how good lethal tempo is for the champion, but fighting bot lane.
There is a bit of a fight in bot lane. Brody doesn't quite get taken into the wall. Rhynek being jumped on by Sandwich. Meanwhile, there's a bit of trading in the mid lane as well between Akira and Kranos. Not going to have anything come of either fight, but it does look like DMG come out of the better side on... Oh, maybe not. Never mind. Nuclear Vikings coming out on the best side of both of these trades.
Yeah, flash out of Poppy as well, and I think DMG started that a skirmish off in the bot side, and so being the ones on the lower HP, not ideal for them. At the very least, Brody is out of mana, which is not the best for the Ziggs. But in the mid lane,
Kira gonna fall for gonna get first blood rather. Sorry, Akranos going a bit too far forwards, and with Rigged in tow, Akira happy to pick that one up.
yeah, Maokai ganking mid lane with the Silas. I think this is a very aggressive, dueling mid lane matchup, and good read from Rigged to be able to get into the mid to prevent any death from the side of Akira. Carlos will have to drop, but I think this matchup still difficult for the Silas despite that first blood. I don't imagine this is going to get, significantly easier, but this is at least going to ease up on the kill pressure that the Yone has.
Certainly is, and of course picking up that early Dark Seal. If you can get out of lane as Akira, you're going to be quite happy to be moving on the map and picking up some stacks on that. We can see Fruity Carrots just kind of sat around this bot lane currently, shepherding this wave in, possibly looking for a dive angle, with Sandwich being at pretty much full mana. You can quite happily go for it, but it is level 3 still, and you are trying to dive into Poppy Jinx, who has Steadfast Presence and Flame Chompers. Dangerous nonetheless. For now, still going to stick around on this bot side. He is on vision, so it looks like DMG might just be baiting for time while Rigged gets that first reset off.
Yeah, and I think, well, I kind of actually want to just discuss Rigged because I really rate this player. I think he's one of the probably best junglers in the league. I don't know if that's a crazy statement to say. I've played against this guy, and you can feel the pressure on. Oh my god, top lane almost. You can feel the pressure on shoulders in real life playing against Rigged. So, really good start to get that first blood initially, but I'm going to keep my eyes on him to see what he does in the rest of the game.
So you could say he in fact makes the games rigged. The crickets are all I needed.
Tumbleweed. Anyway, so. Oh god. I mean, that joke did some DMG to my brain.
Meanwhile, in the top side, Nefarious going to get ganked upon by Fruity Carrot. Shush getting whatever damage on they can with the hyper procking left, right, center. Going to just be able to leap strike away to the minion wave. Could have been dangerous. Didn't have flash to get out, but the flash was not there to follow, either used in an earlier exchange. Sandwich and Gibble both towards this mid lane. Just looking to get some vision, control the area. Of course, Akira not in lane currently, however, so Gibble could be collapsed upon quite comfortably here. Not going to be the case, going in to just play Dissuasion for this reset for Akranos, and Rigged's going to catch this top wave.
Yeah, a lot of fighting, but no result out of the fighting. We saw that first blood happen in the bot side, and well, Jackson was dropping down there in the top lane gank. I guess not too much damage coming up from not Ivan at this point in the game, so Faris was able to make it. And you can kind of see already the durability changes is whilst they were all kind of small changes individually, they have all added up, and right now people just don't get one shot as quickly as they used to, so it's probably why the games might come across as a bit slower pace as they used to in the recent patch. But with this new with the new changes coming in, a lot more slower paced game, fights are a bit harder to get someone down and into a kill. So I think that example there, Nefarious took a lot of damage but was able to survive in the end.
Yeah, didn't even have that Grandmaster arms at the time, so it was just base health and base resistances coming through. We are going to see the Grub for Drake trade, with Grubs going in favor of DMG UK, and Nuclear Vikings being able to pick up that first dragon of the game. It is an Infernal. Looks like we are getting one of Hextech or Chemtech, our second Drake. Nefarious treading aggressively onto Shush, but with that Mega Gnar right around the corner, it's a very dangerous situation to be in. Akira sitting on that Fate Sealed, stolen away from Akranos. So if we see a fight in the mid lane, we are just going to see double Fate Sealed. And it has been known to happen where if you cast them at the same time, directly at each other, you pass straight through. More Leona gameplay in Twitch chat. We are always happy for more Leona gameplay. Very happy to see big Sun Lady flying into the backline of the enemy.
That was cool. What was that?
That was very cool. I like that.
That was good. I didn't know we had the facilities for that.
Speaking of Fate Sealed, straight into the mid lane, being traded onto a good chunk coming out of Akira there. Akranos has to use Soul Unbound to try and just survive. Move on the bot lane, Rhynek just going to get poked out by the Ziggs, and this is why we see the Ziggs as a counter to the Jinx so often.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Jinx doesn't have that much damage in the early parts of the laning phase. You do want to scale. I think everyone knows this. And Ziggs kind of risen in power in the bot lane ever so slowly in the most recent of times. But bot lane fight could be happening.
It could be. Rhynek very low. Able to sidestep away from the bomb there. Gibble not able to land the stun into the wall. Brody going to flash away. A good use of the steadfast presence earlier as well to stop Not Sandwich going aggressive. Show my message on screen, please, says Bear Tree. Your message has been shown, my friend. I hope you enjoy.
Yeah.
Now another engage is Rhynek's caught by Not Sandwich, but Rigged is here, and Rhynek very, very low. One more rocket will do it. The cleanse of the Ignite keeps the Jinx alive another day.
Yeah, Not Sandwich going a little bit too aggressive by himself. Probably didn't expect Rig to hang around for a few extra seconds. But right there, I can't emphasize this enough. People are surviving on slithers of HP. You can really feel like the durability changes coming through. And whilst not necessarily anything specific towards next items that have been changed in the recent patch. But yeah. A lot less damage in the game, and people are surviving on 1 HP, so you can't go for these overly aggressive plays anymore like you used to be able to.
Absolutely, and it may be Not Sandwich, but definitely made a meal out of that one. A very good cleanse as well. It's a mechanic that I like seeing as Nefarious jumping onto Shush in the top lane. One more auto will do it, and no Mega Gnar to be found. So Nefarious will find the solo kill in the top lane.
Yeah, solo kill in the top lane, and that is awesome for the side of DMG. This Gnar was picked into the Jax, and dying is not a good look. Malkyle in the mid lane.
There it is, and Rhynek is here, as is Gibble, as is Kira, I believe. So we're looking at Daisy just playing keep out. Has been stolen away by Akira now, and the fight just going to dissolve. Looked like something could happen. Not going to go too committal to it, however.
Yeah. DMG, really, really nice early game, and they're taking nice controlled fights. If anything, they're responding a lot to what Nuclear Vikings are trying to do, and I think that fits their team composition really, really well. This is buying a lot of time for the Jinx to scale up, and every second DMG are in the lead right now is time bought for this Jinx to scale. As we all know, Rhynek is an incredible Jinx player, and what Nuclear Vikings definitely don't want to do is give Rhynek extra time to get comfortable on this Jinx and get those items in.
Absolutely not, and as a known Jinx player as well, they will take that time and they will run with it tenfold compared to an average Jinx player. You just see a bit of trading going on in both the side lanes. Shush jumping over Nefarious, has that Mega Gnar coming in, does not quite land the Gnar into the wall. The stun will come down with a wallop. And a rock going slightly wide, as we are seeing Dragon traded for Grubs again. In fact, no, the Dragon's not even up yet.
No.
These Grubs are just being taken off spawn by the side of DMG and into a Jinx who can just go to rockets and hit a tower from 6 miles away. That is terrifying. Rig now moving up towards the top side, and Gibble is there as well. So if Shush goes aggressive, things get scary. Speaking of, Gibble's going to walk in, Shush going to walk away.
Yeah, it did have the flash still, so I think he was absolutely fine. Really interesting. Nuclear Viking. Well, actually, yeah, Kira going aggressive.
Taking Sandwich under the tower is getting a lot of damage down. Of course, that ramping tower damage very high at this point in the game. Jinx doesn't quite tag, but Brody and Sandwich both very low. This root caller, it does land. It had to land to keep everybody alive. The flash is available. One more flash will do it. Sandwich goes down. Brody not going to quite get hit by the explosion of the chain lash. But now Fruity Carrots and Daisy up against Akira. There's the Mega Inferno bomb. It does not quite land. Abduct tagged up by Daisy. Knockup goes through again. Akira being 1v1'd by a rock. There's no Abscond Abduct. There's no Kingslayer. And you may be a Kingslayer, but you cannot kill the rock.
Oh no, what a comedic end to what was an incredible outplay coming from Akira. Taking that 1 versus 3 was risky, but then as soon as the Super Mega Death Rocket hit, that was kind of like the go button. It was a fantastic route from Fruity Carrots to kind of almost predict that dash forward from Akira, but he landed the chains anyways. Flash forward, finished off 1 kill, almost got the 2nd kill with that Q. And then unfortunately he got outplayed by a big rock. So a bit of an unfortunate thing. Well, top lane might get solo kill again though.
Not quite. Grandmaster Arms was popped. I believe the Gnar was used as well. Gibble is here again. Steadfast Presence to go. Speedy. There's the heroic charge.
Oh, wow.
Ignite dropped. Should burn down. No, the fleet footwork might save him. Not quite.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that Sure is losing this lane in the way he is. Like I said earlier before, this was R5'd into the Jax. This player wasn't taking the Gnar in this matchup. And whilst this time around it wasn't necessarily a solo kill, it basically was. He was left running away from a 1v1 duel with ounce of HP, meaning Gibble was able to just come in with the Ignite and finish off that kill. And right now, top lane, look at that CS lead, look at that kill lead. It is not looking good in the top side for Nuclear Vikings.
No, definitely looking like a little bit of a struggle bus as this top tower will go down. First tower was taken in the bot lane by Brody, as we expect from a Ziggs. 5 tower plates left standing on both the other towers, but Nefarious has been bashing on this tower all lane phase long. And it will go down, so it's 5 plates to 6 plates as things currently stand in favor of Nuclear Vikings. Sitting at about a 2,000 gold lead, which at this stage in the game is not the end of the world. 6 grubs traded for 2 dragons, looking on a Cloud Soul. So it will, this game has been stalled out / accelerated by Nuclear Vikings or DMG respectively, depending on who can get these dragons. If Nuclear Vikings get them, you're accelerating the pace of this game. But if DMG can start contesting them, start picking them up, you're giving your Jinx even more time to scale, because that soul point fight is miles and miles away. Herald has come up. We are seeing 3 members strong in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a really crucial fight. I think Nuclear Vikings are feeling confident to take this, though.
Flank. Akira walking in. Not there yet, though. Ragnos has to jump back with that Soul Unbound as an Alkai ult goes slightly wide. Nefarious now stopped behind enemy lines. We have this fight going on in the river as Sandwich is trying to buy as much time as he can. Nefarious flashes out into the pit, and Sandwich is now on the sights. Riggs flashing forward to get the slow down. One more, he'll do it. Rhynek now has the first kill of the fight, as well as that reset, and Akranos next on the list, able to be dodged away from the Fate Seal. Doesn't tag onto anybody important. Now the backline of the fight has arrived, though, and Riggs will go down to Brody. Rhynek having to run away from Daisy. With a
Daisy!
Toe. Nefarious able to pick up, or not able to pick up another kill on the backside, will in fact give another over to Brody. It's a 3-for-1, and the support has respawned. Sandwich back out on the map now, and Rhynek has to leave. It's Akira versus the world, with a teleport coming in from Akranos as well.
Yeah, I don't think Akira's going to want to take this one, but Daisy is doing the work for Nuclear Vikings. It's almost like watching a 6th member of their roster, helping them win out these team fights. In the gold lead kind of explained the story that DMG should have been able to just win this cleanly. Jinx even got the first reset of the fight, but it took way too long to kill off this Yone, able to get the spells off and survive, meaning that he could recall, TV back into the fight. Akira couldn't contest that Herald. And Nuclear Vikings, the gold lead is now kind of even, but they should have really, really not won that team fight.
Absolutely not. We're starting to see the makings of this team that has allowed them to sit at the top of the standings throughout our first week. Of course, this is their 3rd game, and there is the rule of 3s. So maybe in their rule of 3s, they get a 3rd win. Maybe it fails them. We shall see, as Akira being collapsed on in the bot lane. Akranos using that Soul Unbound to find a way, and Akira able to get the dash away. We are seeing a slightly tankier build with this Proto Belt start.
Yeah, I mean, nice attempt on the pot side at the Silas, pushing out the sideways without anyone around. But yeah, DMG, like, this is a really good point you make there of why Nuclear Vikings sit at the top. I think when we watched them in the Summer Cup, they had some problems in terms of stability. I think I always viewed Nuclear Vikings as a roster that could beat anyone, but also somehow lose to anyone. And with the inclusions of, I mean, maybe this game, not the best showings, but with the inclusions of Sure and not Sandwich, I really do think Nuclear Vikings have stabilized that inconsistency. And, well, they're not necessarily winning this game right now. They are technically still behind, but they do have 2 dragons. They have the Herald in their inventory to use whenever they want to push their advantage even more. And, I mean, like I said, winning that team fight was absolutely crazy, and they kind of should not have been able to.
No, definitely no slouch of a team. But up against that strong of a DMG, I mean, you are still scaling, right? You have a Jinx who's just hit 1 item, your Silas is 1 item, your Jax rushing the Iceborne Gauntlet as well, might I add. See the Herald dropped in the mid lane. So we'll have to see a fight break out here. Riggs coming in with that Twisted Advance, does tag onto all 3 members in the mid lane, and now going forwards, but it's so squishy with just that Leandri's Torment. Will be able to knock away through Karras with the ultimate coming out of Gibble, and it will be traded 1-for-1 as Nefarious picks up the kill onto Sandwich, but you're trading your jungler for a support.
Yeah, initially rough look for DMG to kind of go for that fight was a bit confusing considering I think a Dragon Pit fight kind of works better for the team comp, but Test might come through.
Furious stepping in, does use Counter-Strike to dodge away from Q3 from Akranos. We have Rhynek, Gibble, and Akira all up
Oh
top.
my
It's
God.
stolen away by Rhynek! As Gibble is jumped onto by Shush, will get taken down, but let's not take away from the fact that the Super Mega Death Rocket causes death to dragons and people alike.
Yeah, massive steal coming out from Rhynek. That is going to buy them so much time, a lot more minutes for the Jinx to scale up. They won't have to fight the next dragon for another 5 minutes, of course. They need to defend this mid wave, though.
Absolutely do a little bit of damage, will allow it to go down to the satchel charge, blown to bits by the explosive expert.
Yeah, I mean, that initial engage onto Fruity Carrots was, onto Nuclear Vikings with the Maokai ultimate was a little bit forced, I felt, from Riggs, and he immediately got one shot. But Gibble hit Keeper's Verdict onto both Daisy and Fruity Carrots, meaning that they were able to trade a kill, but blinking health bars meant entering that Dragon Pit was a dicey situation. But the hero of the hour, the super lord that the city did not deserve, Rhynek was able to finish off that dragon with the Super Mega Death Rocket. So props to him. He's bought himself an extra 5 minutes to scale up. And what I'm kind of curious to see is how DMG plan on dealing with this Ivan. With these durability changes, I'm kind of looking at this and it's like, if he's in the fight, it doesn't seem like anyone is going to die. Kind of similar to the effectiveness of enchanters right now. It's like, with these new changes, these items are just so strong for champions that can keep units alive. But right there, the Keeper's Verdict is going to be crucial from Gibble. If you knock that Ivan out as well as the Daisy, that is your angle to take off any targets you can. But it's going to be a tricky one if Fruit is alive and breathing in these team fights. Killing anyone is going to be really tough.
Absolutely. I mean, there is something to be said for aiming for Ivan over Daisy. Of course, if Ivan goes too far away, Daisy will get teleported. So you are able to take both out quite effectively. We just see Nefarious matching up to Akranos in a side, which does put Akira up against Shush, which I'm kind of fine with. I think the Sylas Gnar 1v1 is much nicer for the Sylas, and Jax quite happy to just sit into a Yone Solemn Bound to get away from the Counter-Strike. But we are seeing just how much work that this Bork Iceborne Gauntlet dual item setup is doing for Nefarious.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Iceborne Gauntlet, the AD ratio from the Spellblade increased to 150% of a champion's AD. So yeah, it's a crazy buff to Iceborne Gauntlet. I imagine champions like Jax, Shen will be extremely happy running this item in the inventory. They increased it by quite a lot of gold, around maybe, I think, 400 gold increase onto the item. So it is a lot more expensive, but a champion like Jax, where, like, look at his farm. He's farming very good. He's got 2 kills. Resource income is not that difficult for a champion like Jax to get. It is a really nice item to be buying onto either your first or your second. Pairs really nicely with Blade of the Ruined King as well. And the slow, they increased the slow as well. I know, right? Everyone's probably like, Jesus, what do they do to this item? You know, give it crack or something. And well, that's kind of what this item is right now. And really nice on Jax. It's going to cause a lot of issues in the side lanes, especially with that increased slow that it has been given. I'm curious to see what he completes with the rest of his build, because Hullbreaker as well also got a massive buff, increased in power. I think that one's a little bit better with scaling with HP, and right now he doesn't have that much HP in his kit, so maybe not. But yeah, Jax is kind of thriving with these new items, a few other bruises as well. He's going to cause a lot of threat, because right now, Gnar cannot really deal with the Jax on the side lane. Yone is going to be your option, but I think Nuclear Vikings kind of want the Yone to be in the team fights, wanting him to play strong side. You see right there, he's having to deal with the Jax on the weak side of the map.
Certainly is. Less than a minute until this next dragon spawns. 2 items now completed for Rhynek as well. That Runan's Hurricane now coming in, so team fights suddenly get much harder, and an Infinity Edge should theoretically be this 3rd item, which means this Jinx really going to start to hurt very soon.
Yeah, Jinx working towards that 3rd item. A lot of DPS right now, and I'm assuming gonna work towards building some just heavy damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see an Infinity Edge come through. Fourth item might even be even bigger. Oh, okay. Oh, wait.
Ooh, a lot of damage coming down onto this Jinx, and with less than 10 seconds until this dragon.
Back to base.
Back to base you go.
Yeah, Zig's really oppressive, and this is going to be really rough for DMG now. Rhynek even cancelling the recall, and I'm assuming that they're just going to have to give this Rhynek positioning himself to get in place to maybe sneak another one away with the Super Mega Death Rocket. Have to see what he can do. The rest of DMG seem like they're a bit confused on how to play this one out. Super Mega Death Rocket not going to steal it this time around, and instead of trading anything on the other side, they will just handshake this over without achieving anything themselves.
More than happy to just take their resets, get their items, and move on from there. Start to get first move on vision around this Baron Nashor, which has spawned now. You can see Akira up in this top side, just getting pressure. Gibble doing a bit of hovering to make sure that nothing too out of sorts happens. And while this does give Soul Point over, if you do not feel strong, you don't need to fight it. You've already bought yourself the extra 5 minutes, and that should be long enough for Jinx to finish this Infinity Edge.
Yep, should be long enough. And, well, it's not Soul just yet, so no need to hit the panic button right now. But I think for DMG, they need to keep playing on these side lanes. I'm taking a look at Nefarious on the side, and you know, Kranos is quite a strong Yone. Even he is struggling to deal with Dove.
We'll get Dove indeed. Akira coming in with the Abscond Abduct. There is no fate to be sealed other than your own, Akranos, as you fall to Akira. Daisy hopped in the mid lane, going after Gibble as the Twisted Advance does come through. Does manage to get the ult onto the jungler, and there comes the Silas. The Fate Sealed, stolen away, used under the tower off the back of a beautiful teleport. Akira going over the wall, looking onto Not Sandwich.
Oh my god.
Find the kill just about with the explosion from Chainlash. And with 3 members dead, the Baron is all but on the cards for DMG.
What a beautiful play coming up from DMG. They send both side laners to dive Kranos in bot lane. Then they commit the TPs into the mid lane to start the fight. But Fruity Carrots and Sher might contest.
They might indeed. Akira taking a lot of
Oh my
hyper
God.
damage here. Does get the Zhonya's down, but will
He's got Magnar.
fall off the back of it. Does have Magnar and Kronos is TP'd in. The
Rhynek.
Baron is going extremely low. Rhynek has been jumped onto, is able to cleanse and flash away. Does get the reset off of the Baron. Now trying to kite away from Shoot. Rigged is almost there. Gets the slow off on Moroto. Will do it. It goes through. There was no W to find the way forwards to save the AD carry. Now Rigged next on the menu. Nefarious, the last one standing. It does get caught by the root caller. That is it. The Baron, it was taken, but it is completely denied from DMG.
Oh, I was just singing their praises, and they overextend on this Baron play to throw it all away. I think Akira there, the positioning was questionable. You tried to take the 1v1 against a Gnar. Not only do you die, you give him stacks on Rage, meaning that he goes into Mega Gnar and just pummels your Jinx into the ground. Jinx can't get a reset. The rest of the team just die on their spot. And Nuclear Vikings, they're just pushing through the mid lane base.
Now they are. Gibble going very low. Doesn't quite get executed by that Soul Bound, but the tower will go down. The base is broken open while the inhibitor stands. It is a small solace off the back of that play. And once again, this gold lead completely evened out.
Yep, completely even. This game is so back and forth, but I feel like both teams here, they're really trying to go at each other's necks, and it's kind of costing a double-edged sword kind of playstyle from both sides. DMG, I really like that mid lane play. The bot lane play plus that mid lane play in combination meant that you take down key targets and open up the Baron buff. But then Akira there, so you gotta stick with your group, play the numbers advantage. Don't take that 1v1 duel with a Gnar, lose, give him stacks on Rage. And because right now, look, there's an exposed inhibitor tower, and speaking of giving and buying time to the Jinx, that can still happen, working towards that third item. But if they make mistakes like this, there might not be any time left to buy. And at DMG, they really need to be careful, because Ziggs, as we saw, one push down a lot of structures. And right now, Brody, if he stays alive at the end of these fights, one more team fight loss could be the end of the game.
Certainly could be. We're seeing the third item for Jinx start to come through now. It will be that Lord Dominic's Regards completed now. So the Infinity Edge coming in on 4. You have 50 seconds until this dragon 3 items on your Jinx, 2 items on your Maokai, 2 items on your Jax, 2 items on your Sylas. What are you looking to do into the enemy composition, which has 2 on Gnar, 3 on Ivern, 3 on Ziggs, and 2 on Yone?
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough objective contest here. It is spawning in 30 seconds time, and I like that DMG have secured mid lane priority, but the setup is coming in. Sure is moved from the top side, and this fight could be the deciding factor on who wins and loses this game.
Inferno Bomb dropped from Akira into that bot lane to try and catch a Chronos out. We're seeing a good bit of poke come through. Akira and Rhynek moving back in to get pressure. 10 seconds to this objective spawns, and Nefarious is there. They're looking for a fight in the mid lane. Health bar, Akira's health bar dropped quite low. Rhynek now looking very weak.
my God.
Knocked away is the Daisy, but it's not enough as Jinx has already fallen in the back line. You can see Nefarious trying to 1v3, but it's not enough. And Shush is taking up 3 members on the backside. He's already killed 1, and the other 2 can do nothing but look in horror and fascination as their team is unwound at the seams.
That is the R5 Gnar. The fight is going to continue, but I think this game might have had its story ended.
Very well, may have rigged, looking to try and find something on Sandwich. Daisy will fall, and the Solar Away Solar Flare is good.
Akira?
Sandwich gonna get a shield from Fruity Carrots to live, and Brody is just dishing out damage. There's bombs going off left, right, and center. Sandwich will fall to rigged in the end, but this entire time, Chronos securing Soul as the clouds quicken at the feet of Nuclear Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, compliments to Shure. It was a rough early game. Even the mid-game transition was hard for him, but he is popping off in these team fights. I didn't even really see how he got access into the backline because the keeper's verdict from Gibble was incredible. It knocked back 3 members of the Nuclear Vikings out of the team fight, but then the kill feed showed that Gnar had just killed Jinx by himself, and it was like so close. I didn't quite see what Shure was able to do in that team fight, but according to my calculations, he kind of just went in, killed the key target of the Jinx, and carried that team fight for Nuclear Vikings. They are on the driver's seat. Clouds are complete. Fight in the mid lane.
Fate Seal tags onto Rhynek by an inch of the life. The cleanse comes through, but Sandwich gonna strike him down again. Pushing up too far forwards in this mid lane. This Jinx now 3-3-2. Had such a big lead, but is struggling so much as another tower falls in the top side in favor of Nuclear Vikings. This gold lead, only 2,000, so it's not uncomebackable, but it feels like so much more.
Yeah, it's not the worst, but I think the problem is if Jinx dies, there's so much damage missing from DMG. Nefarious is still doing a good job pressuring the side lanes, but I don't even know if he wins as hard as at this current moment in time. And now that Baron buff is spawning, Jinx isn't alive for the next 10 seconds. Nuclear Vikings have full control of this objective.
That they do, and they are going to go straight towards it. They do know that they're in the area of it, as that pink was just cleared. More importantly, Akira was not able to get into that last dragon fight. So it was a 4 versus 5.
Yeah, that really was the kind of big thing. I feel like DMG's composition, it is about sticking together, kind of surround that Jinx, make sure no one touches your hyper carry. And like right there, the mistake was Akira kind of straying away from the rest of the squad, trying to take a fight on his own terms without the help of his team. Right now, TP into the mid lane, pressure on the side lane from Shell, but the Mega Knight I'm seeing is ticking down, so might not have that available, but fight starting.
Knockway is out of the Fate, sealed into Soul Bound, ready to bring the One straight back into the fight, and Rhynek's been left all on his own. Chronos found a way on the back, flashed away from the Fate seal. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on the other side. Akira going back into Daisy, but has nowhere to heal. There's no king to slay.
What?
Huh? Okay, Rigged is able to find a Chronos on the backside of the fight. So it's a 1-for-1. Mid lane is traded. Fair enough. Nefarious jumping in onto Shush on the bot lane. Rhynek is here as well. The flash. No, not a flash. The leap strike from Nefarious gets him forward. Zanar doesn't quite tag him into the wall. Rigged now trying to deal with 3 people in the mid lane while this fight goes on in the bottom side. Shutdown goes across to Rhynek, but it is another kill in the mid lane for Brody, and this inhibitor is falling oh so quickly. You're not upset with this in terms of getting more gold, but you need to be very careful on these upcoming fights.
Once again, it's the same thing. Akira kind of separating himself in these fights. I get your champion likes to dive the backline, but The carry in this team comp is your Jinx. Stick around. Yes, okay, you can take the Gnar ultimate, do a lot of damage to the backline. Why not save that Gnar ultimate to peel targets off your Jinx, get that one reset, and that team fight is won. Unfortunately, goes a little bit too deep. Even goes, hits the Chazy over the wall after jumping into the Raptor pit to eventually die, and then it was just Nuclear Vikings winning out that team fight. They did manage to get that big kill onto Sure, as more importantly into the pocket of the Jinx, but at the end of the day, it's still looking rough. They've now dropped that mid lane inhibitor, making it even more difficult to expand their progression throughout the mid lane map. And access to this Baron, which is still alive and still looming as a threat for Nuclear Vikings to take, is going to be extra difficult now with this mid lane inhibitor gone.
Certainly is. Bloodthirster coming in next for this Jinx. You see 4 items on the enemy Ziggs. Deathcap, Void Staff, Storm Surge, Ludens all completed. And with no real tank to try and cut through at this point, you're not upset with that situation. Nuke setting up vision around this Baron. Hasn't been started up just yet. Impressively, they've had a few options to do so. It's Gibble just looking for a Chronos. There's a root going down. A good bit of damage coming through, but Rigged is getting melted. Fate Seal will get them to safety, but Brody just blows Gibble up as Ranax has been kept out by Daisy, as is Akira. Nefarious on the side being run down by Shush. Doesn't quite land the solar, has to flash away though. The Hyper Procs are doing a lot of work. Leap Strike to safety will be good. A sidestep onto the Zenith Blade means that Sandwich can't go in, but a flash forward from Shush will mean Nefarious falls as well. And with 2 members dead and 5 members strong, Nuclear Vikings look to break into the enemy base once and for all. Reinhardt being chased under the top inhibitor tower, trying to get whatever damage down he can, but there's no crits to be had. The cleanse is there, but it's not enough. And now Riggs is back to try something. Mega Gnar is there, is pushing Akira into the wall. Shush taking a lot of damage from this tower though. Akira trying to go forward, not able to find the Abduct, and Akranos is just hitting towers. One more stands, and the Nexus is open. Akira now looking for something, but it may not be enough. Able to get forwards onto Akranos, finds the Abduct, will take one, but Shush now being dashed away from the Nexus. 3 carrots doing what damage he can, as is Brody to the Nexus. It's one more hit and it's gone! It's the MG fall, and Nuclear Vikings ascend in their rule of 3.
Yeah, over aggression once again in their own jungle. DMG tried to look for the pick to the Yone and then couldn't really do so. Had to die. And you saw there the value of the Cloud Soul. They just outran the chase. They caught up to them, managed to kill off targets. Jinx didn't manage to get a single reset. The fight was over. Gnar even got Mega Gnar underneath the turret, meaning that he survived, and it was just the end of the game. It was a valiant effort coming out from DMG, but I think what we saw there, this is why Nuclear Vikings is the top of the group. They have this sort of resilience, this tenacity about them to be able to play these kind of games out, because at the start of this game, you take this game from post-laning phase only, and you're saying DMG are flying. And at the end of the game, you're saying Nuclear Vikings were just the better team. And I think that speaks volume as to how good Nuclear Vikings really are playing this split.
Absolutely does. Of course, you're building a composition around the Jinx, but when that Infinity Edge has to be delayed time after time after time, you're not getting all of that damage value coming through. Valiant attempt by DMG. They had a very good early game, and if they can shore up this mid game, they can definitely find their way forwards. But Nuclear Vikings, as you say, were just the better team on the day. 3-0, top of their group. They are absolutely flying through competition, and it's a breath of fresh air after what we saw in spring. Now, we are going to throw to a very quick break. When we come back, you'll have the desk ready to talk about that game and take us into the next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very, very soon.
don't really miss you. And I don't even care about you. And I don't even want you. But I wrote a song about you.
Got a monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gore. Always wanting more, feeding from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force departed. If you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no legs, it'll kill when I'm desperate.
Welcome back, everybody, as I am being covered by a schedule. It's fine. What is there to say about that last game, though? It looked so good for so long for DMG UK, and then that Baron happened. Shibby, do we get to call that a Dignitas Baron?
Oh, that's 100 NA seal of approval right there. That is definitely 100% North American Dignitas Baron special. I mean, that's one piece of the pie. It was also that kind of Pivotless mentioned, the damage profile kind of sinks a little bit, right? Like when it's just Jinx trying to hit everything and you've got Ivern scaling up with the shields, with the heals. Like Ivern's a very cool champion, and you saw how cool it was when the shields came in and, their health bars weren't really decreasing. And it's like, all right, well, this game is kind of over. I was actually very surprised in the early game that the Sylas was able to get such a spring pad into mid and late game, but eventually you kind of saw what the Yone can do, what the Ziggs can do. Like, it was just too much damage,
We
unfortunately.
were kind of
for DMG
talking
to
about
handle.
this as well, though, right? The Pivotless of in the green room between games, we were like, every so often you see an Ivan ban, it's like, oh, why are they banning Ivan? And then you watch the game, or you watch an Ivan game, and you go, oh,
Yeah,
that's why
you
this
remember
champion
real
is getting
quick.
banned.
Like, Fruity Carrots in general, phenomenal Ivern player. As far as junglers in the league goes, I would make an argument for the strongest Ivern.
Quite possibly.
I'll shelve that for a second. We're going to get straight
Yeah,
into
we've
draft
got another
between
game.
Verdant and Belfast Storm, and immediately we see the respect ban comes through as the Udyr is removed. We do
I
not want
mean-
to see any more Synapse Sprinter Udyr because it is, frankly, a terror. After that, we're going to be removing
has
enchanters
been.
away. But please take note, Mr. Freezed, a big Ezreal enjoyer. Ezreal in a pretty comfortable spot on the patch. He did get Cyrilda's back, and assuming this Lulu ban is locked in, Ezreal will be open should Belfast Storm want it.
Yeah, and the marquee matchup last series was the mid lane. For me, the marquee matchup in this series, it's all about jungle, right? It's purely jungle. Like, these two junglers on the right champions, on specific champions, can quite literally take the game over. And so I'm very interested to see what Verdant brings out, and also obviously what Belfast brings out here. Jarvan is still up, Xin Zhao is still up. A lot of these guys are banning more kind of generally strong champions on the patch. There's the Camille that's gonna get banned out. I mean, that's a guarantee, right? But
I mean-
now we've got a lot of good champions open. You could be one of the Orianna, the Syndra, the Jarvan. There are a lot of Jinx as well if you want to try to maybe go a different route here. But Verdant might have too many good champions to pick from. I like what Belfast did. Like, whatever happens, they're gonna get
Oh.
2 OP champions on this patch.
Yeah, so
Yep, what a terrible problem to have.
this
Your
is kind of
choice
the
the OPs.
it's the draft theory perspective that oftentimes when OP champions are being banned away in bulk, it's regularly a better thing for red side to do to not ban your third first rotation champion. It's very theoretical. It regularly is completely ignored by coaches at the highest level because it's just not something you even really think about. It seems pointless. But in this case, we've kind of gone the opposite direction. No OP champs have been banned out, with the exception of maybe the Aurora. The rest of it is kind of relatively targeted. So as a result, we see the Skarner open. It's going to be a Kai'Sa locked in for Mr. Freezed instead, and a Poppy that frankly could go anywhere. This champion is very much a three-way flex at the moment between top jungle and support, but mostly shows up in the support role right now. Syndra answer, and this is another B1able champion. It's just a lot of power picks being picked up by Verdant right now. On the side of Belfast Storm, yeah, Kai'Sa's great, but I wouldn't consider her in the same realms of like the Xin Zhao, the Jarvan, and the Syndra in this case, in terms of their raw power.
Especially since Dunlosi is such a prolific Xin Zhao player as well. Like, I think in recent memory, the games that I think of that player having the biggest pop-offs, I would say 75% of those games have been on the Jhin, which is also something very near and dear to my own heart, as Jhin was also my first love when I started playing the game 13 years ago.
Makes you feel old, doesn't
Yeah.
it? Makes you feel real old.
Everything makes me feel old nowadays.
Okay, I'm really
I'm
happy to see
ancient in
this.
esports.
This is our first Cogmore of the day, if I recall. It was hovered earlier.
It is.
But as I was talking about right at the top of the day, on hit AD carries right now, in a fantastic spot. Crit AD carries across the
Really
board generally
good.
got nerfed unless they really use Lethal Tempo and Kraken Slayer well. This Cogmore is a fantastic pick into Kai'Sa, and the Xerath
Ooh.
response into Syndra is a little bit niche, but this is
Outraged.
very much a Vixen champion. Picking that Artillery Mage can nullify Syndra's kit almost entirely.
You just completely outranged. Right, Chibi? And let's look some more into the Cogmore, obviously, because it's a champion that only comes out in very specific circumstances, as Pivotless just said. On hit is the flavor of the new month, I suppose.
Yeah.
How do you feel like
Yeah.
Cogmore is positioned in the new meta?
Yeah, I love this, right? They're going a completely different route. Typically what you want to go into like Syndras and Kog'Maws, right? What you'll see is like really hard engage, really like Jarvan, that kind of stuff, right? But they're
Mhm.
kind of going a different route. And this Xerath pick indicates to me that we potentially will see a poke Kai'Sa as well. If they opt in for this long range, I'm just going to outrange Syndra, I'm going to outrange Kog'Maw, which is very possible on the champions that they've picked. It could be really tough for Verdant to really do anything. Skarner can't get in because when he's charging in, Steadfast Presence comes in, and now everything, all your engage, quote unquote, or like your a way to start fights is just blocked out completely here. This Poppy provides so much value for Belfast to play this long range poke game as much as they want. They could hyper index more into poke potentially with that top lane pick, or they can just kind of go for more of a beefier front line, maybe disengage, right? Maokai is still up. You saw Verdant ban away the Gragas just in case. Like, I really like what Belfast is doing, but it could very quickly turn on its head if they die.
Kari in the chat.
So yeah, we
I-
can't
hear
have
me
any
out, okay?
enchanters on the Rift here.
Hear me out. Belfast Storm need to pick Jarvan here. Because if they don't, that is a form of engage that gets right around the Steadfast present. You can go unstoppable right through into the back line. It does seem like Dunlosi was listening to me. Okay,
that
thank
is a
goodness.
soul read, absolute soul read on the R4 here. But this Taric would be, I love this, by the way. I'd like that less, but let's see. I mean, this is Little Pants Alistair, so maybe I do like it more. The Taric thematically is very good here into Poppy Jarvan champions that have to commit very close range to get onto you. Surely not, right?
I mean, it's also a form of unstoppable, but you still need to like find someone to throw back into the team as the set is locked in for Verdant. I was gonna say there's no way this goes support, but it's Little Pants, it's Mitch. Like, dude can play whatever the heck he feels like for the most part. And of course he's
Also
got
that
no
Poppy.
dash. So if the Poppy goes support, then yeah, that could be a really good look.
I don't think you can lock the Jackson here. The Poppy goes top. If you lock the Jackson here, the Poppy goes top.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's tons of Poppy value here. So it is going to be that set support with the Kog'Maw. Yeah, I would. The thing is, this Poppy on R2, even if the Jarvan's locked, can still go top, can still go support, like we mentioned here. So now they have free range for either support counter pick or top lane counter pick if they do want to still send the Poppy bottom lane. The world is Belfast's oyster right now, and they are just going to send that Poppy into the top lane here. They're going to lock the rel, so they're actually going to go for a little bit. It seems like they're going to go for a bit more dive heavy with Xerath kind of functioning similar to a Ziggs, where as the CC comes in from Belfast Storm, he just rains down artillery fire. His ultimate obviously got changes a couple like a while ago, where he gets more charges with his ultimate, does more damage, obviously, the more subsequent you hit. And there's a lot of immobility on Verdant's side, right? Specifically the Syndra and the Kog'Maw. Can be rough. Belfast can pivot as much as they want, right? If the game is going a little bit haywire or they want to play for more poke, Kai'Sa can pick poke. If the game is going in their favor, they're a little maybe 1,000 to 2,000 gold ahead. Kai'Sa goes AD heavy on hit dive, and they just kill everyone.
I would suggest that Verdant's you can kind of do both. Lost in the source here, right? Like feels like they've tripped over themselves as far as this B45 goes, because I get it, right? The set into Poppy support is a very good matchup, but then by picking Jax, a champion that Poppy is notoriously very good into in the top lane, you immediately hand over a way of getting the Poppy out of that matchup. And keep in mind, the bulk of Set's tankiness is in a fat shield that Rel can break with impunity.
Oh yes, that is why we love flex picks in this house. Poppy right until the R5, making Verdant ask questions, and it does mean that Belfast Storm have a composition that I think all three of us on this desk are pretty happy to look at. So digging a bit deeper into these scenarios, though, we talked about the Xerath, and it's the probably least common champion here. That, of course, suffers a lot from immobility, but how safe in the scope shibby of this draft in reality is this champion?
Yeah, I mean, it's the linchpin for this draft, realistically. If this Xerath falls behind, dies, right? Skarner finds an angle from Raptor Bush or something like that, finds an angle where the Syndra gets a kill. Playing Xerath when you're behind just doesn't feel good. It doesn't do enough damage. It doesn't do enough burst, and you kind of lose your only source of magic damage here. So it's arguably the most important piece to this composition, right? As long as he's on form, as long as he's on farm, right, and being able to kind of stay and hit all of his skill shots, mind you, every single one of his abilities is a skill shot. It's up to this Xerath to kind of dictate how Belfast Storm navigates team fights, navigates side lane pressure, right? That's the important thing. He's got a lot of good setup. Poppy can choose to either stick on top of the Xerath so that the Skarner can't come in, the Jax can't come in, or can choose to be a dive buddy with both the Jarvan and the Rel. There's a lot of flexibility with this Poppy. As long as Xerath can stay safe, this composition from Belfast Storm can do wonders, but it is a lot harder to execute. I'm much more in the camp of like, if you're having easier to execute comp, Set, Jax, Skarner, like these are very simple, easy to execute champions. Kog'Maw's job is to press W and hope that he outranges everyone and just hit front line. Like, it's a very easy thing to do here. While on the side of Belfast Storm, they've kind of got to navigate some of these fights a little bit more better in these situations so they can actually get max value out of their champions.
Furthermore, there is another pick that I kind of want you to dig into a little bit for me, Pivotless, because I saw the Kai'Sa, and we talked about the different flavors of Kai'Sa. Is there a sort of middle ground, sort of homogenous one that could do sort of everything, like a bit of poke, bit of dive in the current meta?
I mean, as we've seen crop up quite regularly in the last few months, this Shiv Kai'Sa that leans into the Ginsu's and then the Nash's tooth on second and third items is kind of your evergreen. We can do everything with this. It's got good DPS in short range, but then as you take over towards those fourth and fifth items, it becomes a more potent poke force. I think up until the point where you lock in this Jarvan, you can view this through the lens of maybe Manamune Kai'Sa going down that avenue is the best route here, especially teamed up with a Xerath. But when you put yourself in a position where poke is the only way you have to play your comp, these comps tend to get very hard to play. Like it's not easy to execute a poke comp, just stylistically, especially against something like this hard engagement with Skarner that can access you from the flank. So I do like that the Jarvan and Rel come in towards the end, and it gives you more options. So Kai'Sa, I feel, likely to go down this Shiv route with the Ginsu's and Nash's, and you're kind of leaving Xerath to play an autonomous game then. Xerath will be chilling in the back line, just lobbing pot shots into the Jarvan Cataclysm later on into the game, and you're kind of playing as a four-person core with Xerath in the back line. It's similar to how we were talking about Jhin earlier, where Jhin can play several screens away, while a four-person core plays frontline within the fight itself. So I don't dislike this Belfast Storm comp. I like it.
Do you like it enough, though? So we're going to throw it across the casters very shortly, but I want in as few words as possible. Do you like this draft enough to put them over Verdant in this game?
On draft edge, yes. I think Belfast can take this game.
Chibi?
I think, unfortunately, Verdant might just kind of put the Xerath too far behind. I think we're going to see a game where the Xerath is useless.
We will find out as our casters are once again ready and waiting to take us through the final game of the day. Luna, Savonix, we've got one heck of a draft. Time for you to navigate it.
Is definitely one way to say it. Savonix.
Yep, that is one way to say it. I will say it kind of does seem like Verdant's read on the meta is very, very good. I think Kog'Maw right now is such a powerful champion. As I mentioned in the previous game, this is essentially a durability patch. This is a lot of resistances have come in, and Kog'Maw is a champion who is excelling at shredding through resistances and also kind of builds resistances himself. He can kind of do 2-2 Randuins or Wit's End on third, and kind of is hard to kill himself. Belfast Storm, I actually do like what they're going with. The Cataclysm is going to be crucial to lock down the carries in the fight. I'm just a little bit concerned whether if they can kind of get through the Jax, the Set, the Skarner, because if they can't get through them and onto the Syndra Kog'Maw, then Verdant's draft will just be a little bit too powerful.
Yeah, things definitely will get dicey from a point that we should be on the rift very, very soon. So I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked you last time. Predictions where they lie off the back of this draft.
Okay, so I do think if you had asked me this 24 hours ago, I'd say, oh my god, Belfast Storm's draft looks incredible. But unfortunately, the durability changes just mean that Kog'Maw is disgusting right now. I don't think he's the best AD carry in the game, but he's difficult to kill. And if Kog'Maw doesn't get shot down, then he's just going to spew spit on everyone and not really care about what happens to him. I will say Xerath is a really good champion in terms of dealing with a Kog'Maw. It's kind of like, I don't have to get into you to kill you, but it's a tough matchup. You've essentially gone like, I'm picking Xerath to get to kind of neutralize this Kog'Maw, but at the same time, I'm sacrificing my own lane matchup because I do know Syndra is quite a favored matchup into the Xerath, or at least personally, that's what I think of that matchup. So I think Verdant, they just have the right tools on the current patch, and I think Belfast Storm are going to kind of struggle getting through the front line of Verdant.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got some very, very talented players in front of us today as we are on to the Rift. Verdant 2-0 in their group, Belfast Storm 1-1. So we're seeing a very similar matchup to what we saw last game in terms of score lines. It is a set support, which I think we expected. But still interesting, not something we see very often.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that does kind of change things a little bit. I was assuming it was a Jax jungle Skarner support set top lane kind of situation, but I mean, set support does change things a little bit. That does make getting onto the Kog'Maw a little bit easier because, I mean, personally, I don't consider Set a peel champion. I'm almost quite curious to even think like, would Verdant have been better off just picking a simple enchanter? Of course, I know Little Pants is definitely a Brexit support kind of player, so enchanters might not be on his menu. So it's that kind of changes things a little bit in terms of my opinion. The draft should be played out, but I do still think the two carries here from Verdant might be a little bit too much to handle for Belfast Storm.
Well, time will tell. As we'll have a look and see. I think Set is definitely going to benefit from this patch as well, right? Trailblazer just got nerfed buff. Speaking of which, flashing forwards, Little Pants very confident in this matchup. Gets a good chunk onto Mr. Freeze on this Kai'Sa. Forces that flash away, so it's a flash-for-flash trade in this bottom side. Quarter of your support's health for half of the enemy AD carries. You're happy to take that. But Trailblazer did just get buffed on this patch, so tank support's very happy.
True. Yeah, very true. But also that bot lane skirmish. I feel like Belfast Storm's bot lane did not do their research. Anyone who kind of knows anything about Verdant's bot lane is that they will rush level 2 and Little Pants will try to flash on you. So kind of not getting the read on that, not expecting that, because it did look like Mr. Freeze was a bit surprised of that flash forward. Yeah, interesting stuff, and we'll see if Verdant can punish that further.
Yeah, we will see as Refresh just getting bashed into the wall by Synapse straight under the tower. Okay, sure.
Yeah, Refresh is a Giga Chad. I'm surprised Synapse Center didn't really pursue anything there. I'm assuming his cooldowns were up, but just getting the wave crash, getting the reset in, doesn't have to use the TP because of that wave crash, so kind of get it. It was definitely dicey to run right next to the wall with a Poppy kind of just there. Didn't get punished. Might have a gank on the bot side though.
Might indeed, as Mitch stepping forwards. We do have the Javelin on the bot side as well, but it's 4 members strong with Beatrice here as well. Stun lands onto Varan. Varan has to be flashing away, but Dunlosey's going in. 1v4. Teleports come in from Vixen. Dunlosey going very low. Will be the first one to fall, but it will be traded back by Freeze onto Tofu as it's jungler for jungler. And the first blood goes on to Skarner, which is not the end of the world, but definitely not the best place it could be.
Yeah, nice reactive TP coming up from Vic to make sure the Xerath was present in that fight. Dunlosey a little bit too aggressive, probably didn't need to risk going back in. Did give over first blood, but it's a kill on the Kai'Sa instead of a kill on the Skarner, so I guess in that sense, you take that small victory.
That you do. Varan going on the aggressive as Little Pants. Just missing that face breaker, but Fuyu getting to walk this one in. One more auto will do it. There's the first kill, and another may follow as the barrier comes through from Mr. Freeze. We're seeing the lethal tempo value on this champion already. Meanwhile, on the top side, Tofu just boxing Dunlosey over this top side. Crab stuns into a wall, managed to get the first kill off. The Flag and Drag away should take Dunlosey to safety as this control ward is just traded.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a wrong call to make, but it did seem like Baron, that was a bit of like a tilt play to just like, you whiff the Q, go for a really flip W with no flash and having your Kai'Sa on low HP whilst the Kog'Maw's just absolutely chilling. You also know that the Kog'Maw has flash and then just end up dying. Like, I can definitely see Little Pants has been playing this lane hyper aggressively, but that was definitely not the play to be making for Varus.
No, definitely very brave to be going forwards especially into a Kog'Maw. Of course, you have that slow, you have the armor MR shred on the Q, as well as the percent max health magic damage on the W. So even as an early game tank, you're going to start to have your health shredded through. Across the rest of the map, though, we're seeing a pretty standard game. Mid lane, just a CS fest. Top lane, just a bit of CSing as well.
Yep, standard game. I honestly didn't expect the early game to be as chaotic as it has been, considering the two team compositions. I was assuming that the lanes would kind of just play out with each other. That 4v4 on the bot side, definitely a surprise, considering what drafts we have on our screens. But I think right now, Verdant, they are in the driver's seat. And what's interesting now is, like, I do think Verdant's team composition has a lot of good scaling on their side. And if Verdant just decide to do nothing from this point onwards, they probably will eventually win out the game. So it's up to now Belfast Storm to try and claw back some of that deficit that they have grown, because this will grow accumulatively over time. Right now it's not that big, but it will slowly become a problem. So for Belfast Storm, taking this dragon is a correct step in that direction, but they're going to need to do more. They should know that Fuyu's flash is down, and honestly, probably should be the next play.
Yeah, absolutely should be. Look towards this Kog'Maw, try and shut him down for the next few minutes. We see just a bit of trading in the mid lane. Of course, the Syndra very happy to just step into the face of the Xerath when that stun is on cooldown, or when that W is on cooldown, because you don't really get traded on too effectively. See a bit of vision go down to the bot side, and Little Pants still going on the full aggressive.
Yeah, still going full aggressive, but I'm seeing an engage here.
Another engage. Varun able to find Fuyu. Donlosi jumping in with the Cataclysm, and we are doing exactly what we wanted to see.
Yeah.
Little Pants now running for the hills, taking another chunk. A good flash forwards, another good stun. Good flash away from Freezed to guarantee that second kill.
Yeah, just as I said, Belfast Storm, the play was clear and obvious. For you, blowing that flash earlier meant that he was a sitting duck. And, well, Little Pants showed little to no interest on playing passive on that one. Still going hyper-aggressive in the lane, meaning it was an even easier exposure for them to punish. And they do. They grabbed the 2 kills. I think even Xerath managed to pick up some kill credit, or kill participation, sorry. On that play on the bot side. Unfortunately, one of the kills did go over to the Rel, but nonetheless, you take that Kog'Maw down, and now Gold Lead dead even.
Yeah, that it is, and you are quite happy with that fact as Belfast Storm. You've been able to nullify the early game and how it has gone so far. Of course, this Kog'Maw is still going to scale out of control, so you need to be redoing this as long as this flash is down. Speaking for you, just going to walk at this Rel without much struggle.
Yep. I mean, for you, I'm absolutely certain, despite that last play, these two in the bot lane will refuse to play passive from this moment onwards. That flash is back up again, so for you, will feel confident to play aggressive. But yeah, I think Little Pants will just still try to look for aggressive plays in that bottom side. Beartree roaming into the top side.
He is. Synapse could be under a bit of threat. Refresh just looking to crash this wave. And if there's one thing we know about Little Pants, it is he will play with reckless abandon regardless. Synapse trying to hold this wave outside the tower, but Beartree's continued presence makes that very difficult. Vixen getting caught by Tofu, does get stunned up into the wall. The Impale onto the Arcane.
No flash.
Just cause death as both the bot lane have arrived as well. Beartree teleporting back down, and it's donated to Fuyu as the puppy from the void has a bark and also a bit of bile.
Really interesting there, because what Verdant did, they moved Beartree into the top side, kind of giving this false idea to Belfast Storm that they're making a play aggressively and top lane. Beartree then teleports into mid lane. Tofu catches Vixen. No flash on the Xerath. They even moved the bot lane just as an insurance policy. And they grab the kill into Vixen. More gold into the pocket of the Syndra and the Kog'Maw. And these are not the targets you want to be giving gold over to.
Certainly not. We can see Donlosi back in this bottom lane, looking for an angle forwards onto Little Pants and Fuyu is just going to take the reset. Synapse able to stop the jump away from Refresh on the top side and get a favorable trade as well. We're starting to see Belfast Storm struggle a little bit in other lanes.
Yeah, Belfast Storm. Take a look at that CS in the mid lane, not looking good for Vixen. Of course, as I mentioned in the draft, I do think this is a Syndra heavy matchup. Sorry, Syndra favored matchup, and well, whilst the Xerath is really good in terms of dealing with the Kog'Maw in the fights, laning phase looking pretty rough.
Certainly is. We can see Freeze just taking a bit of a trade with Little Pants, and the jump forward from Varren is good as the set is already dead, and now Fuyu has to run for the hills. Puppy Legs doing what they can. We'll get back under the tower for safety. Freeze going very low, also with no mana, finding this very hard. There's a fight in the mid lane. Dunlosi looking for something as Tofu stunned up by Vixen as she's just hailing arcane fire. But Dunlosi gonna get impaled. An unstoppable power is named aptly.
Yeah. Well, 2v2 in the bot side goes well for Belfast Storm, but then the 2v2 in the mid lane, very questionable, considering the fact Jarvan Xerath versus Syndra Skarner. I'm pretty sure if you asked this question, who wins to a gold player, they would be able to tell you correctly who wins. So taking that one, bit of a head scratcher for me. I just feel like I'm sorry, how does Jarvan Xerath ever play out any 2v2s against Syndra Skarner? And, well, they do die pretty brutally.
That they do, as these grubs were started up by Verdant, but now we're seeing collapse. Little Pants taking a lot of damage, gets a good chunk off, but it's just not enough as Dunlosi will get himself on the board with that one. And it's 4 grubs to a dragon, and this dragon is up, but with no pressure in mid, no pressure in bot. You are more than happy to just take these grubs, knowing they can't return with the dragon.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely Little Pants not playing for the KDA, looking for these aggressive plays, but as we described, the current patch, it's a lot slower pace, and this kind of forcing from Little Pants is backfiring heavily. It was a nice actual combo from him, but you know, kind of like we mentioned throughout today's broadcast, the damage numbers have been decreased by quite a lot, meaning that these carries, instead of just committing to early skirmishes, they need time to get items in, otherwise they cannot play out these big team fights. And so nice punish from Belfast Storm, moving 4 members over to those grubs, securing them and picking up a kill in the process. I think Little Pants' gold value will decrease a lot as he continues to pursue more aggressive plays, but at the very least, it's gold into the pocket of Belfast Storm. The gold's still very even, despite that kill score leaning towards ever so slightly to Belfast Storm. But Dragon, it does seem like they are coming in for a contest, though.
Certainly could be, but it's already gone. Will be evened up now. 4 grubs to 2, a dragon apiece.
He's going.
So we're on a Hextech Rift. Little Pants finds a flash engage onto 2. The ult already been burned by Mr. Freeze. Dunlosi is the first one to fall. And the Arcane Barrage is doing little to nothing to save the situation. All 3 other members in this fight escape with their lives, but Dunlosi not quite so lucky as Fuyu grabs a 3rd.
I'm really confused about that approach. It looked like Varren and Dunlosi were raring to go with some hyper cool engage, but they just like exit the bush, take about 5 years to decide what to do, to the point that Verdant ended up starting that fight first, even though Belfast Storm had the vision, they had the control of that tri-bush. They're the ones that Hex flashed out of the tri-bush, started running aggressively towards their opponents, and then ended up doing nothing, and Vixen forced to flash again, and yeah, a little bit confusing coming up from Belfast Storm. That looks like maybe a fight was called without anyone really wanting to fight. But yeah, they get punished for that play, and now gold lead swinging over to Verdant.
That it is. With Herald up, we're seeing pings coming down onto this top side, wanting to catch out Fuyu again, but now Synapse in a bit of trouble, being caught up by everything. The ultimate is this stopped by the Showstopper, and Tofu is keeping Dunlosi and Varren at bay. A beautifully played fight by the bot lane of Verdant secures yet another kill for this Kog'Maw. 4 1-on-1, sitting at 1 item already, and the objective has just spawned.
Yep. And look at that scoreboard. The Kog'Maw getting really strong now, and just as I was suspecting in the draft, it might be just a bit too much to handle. I don't think Belfast Storm have the tools to deal with it, and Tofu just invading.
It's being annoying, as the Skarner does.
Yeah, and look at the damage that is out of the Belfast Storm draft. You know, as I was kind of touching on, if you had asked me, is this BFS draft good? 24 hours ago, I would have said it's fantastic. But right now, with the new changes, there's just no damage coming out from Belfast Storm. Tofu just stood in front of 3 people for fun, throwing rocks at them, and took no damage back. He got hit by every ability under the sun, and he didn't even go below half HP because, well, right now the durability patch has come through. A lot of resistances, like that Heartsteel. Yes, you're probably thinking it's just a Heartsteel, only health. Well, it's been increased by quite a lot. I don't know the specific changes to Heartsteel, but I'm just assuming. And yeah, you can see Belfast Storm really struggling on what damage they can output onto this front line.
That they are, and with both of their outer, or not even both of their outer towers, their top lane outer tower gone, this Herald still up and available. This could just be a free pickup for the side of Verdant. This mid tier 1 and bot tier 1 still stand, but there's no real worry for the side of Verdant to have to get these on a timer, because as things stand, they are happy to be the ones to sit and scale.
Yeah, they really are. And I think what's interesting is, like, Belfast Storm, they're going to be the ones that need to force plays because they are behind. But I don't think they have the means to do so. And
bye, Synapse.
Yeah, that guy's dead. And the interesting thing is, like, the kill score doesn't look that bad for Belfast Storm. But when you consider the team composition of Verdant, this is like borderline a dominant early game coming out from Verdant.
And where the majority of the kills are, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
4 of them are on the Cogmore.
Yep. Well, 2 of the kills from Belfast Storm are on the Rel, so the gold allocation isn't ideal.
So Refresh being jumped on by Varyn does have that counter strike up, just tank up some of the damage coming out of Freeze. This Freeze goes flying forwards as Vixen dies on the other side of the map. Refresh could be traded, does get a good flash away. Dunlow's able to secure it with the Cataclysm, but you lose your mid tier 1 and your mid laner for the trouble of killing this Jax.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is I don't mind this punish onto the Jax, but it does mean, because you invest so much resources into doing that, you exposed Vixen in the mid lane. That mid lane turret died, so did Vixen, and what looked like a big pick for Belfast Storm ends up turning into an uneven trade. And well, Verdant, they are the victors of that cross map play, because yep, turret gone, they killed the mid laner as well, and the killed lead, keep your eyes on it, because it's slowly growing into heavy amounts into the side of it.
Yeah, definitely is. This next dragon coming up very shortly. Reminder, it is a Hex Tech Soul, and you don't want to give that to something like a Cogmore, because it just makes his job that much easier. 2 items now completed on this champion, with a Runan's likely next in tow. Things get very, very difficult. We can see Belfast Storm have full control over this river, and we'll see if that actually makes a difference, as they are just forced out by Little Pants's presence. Refresh is pushing on the bot side, picks up that final outer tower, and suddenly the enemy jungle, it becomes yours. Belfast Storm, they have no trees to hide behind, they have no bushes to sneak through. Nothing is their own except their base, not even the dragon.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Belfast Storm is like, you don't get ahead in the laning phase in basically any of the lanes that they had, and you're in this position now where enemy team has I would consider a pretty heavy scaling team comp, and well, they've won the early game, so what do you do now? You can't do anything. And well, Tofu's looking for something in mid lane, but probably won't find anything.
No, just gonna skitter on past.
I'm honestly, like, I'm quite disappointed, because coming into this, I was actually hyped, because I thought this game would have a lot more, like, back and forth. Like, the last game was really neck and neck up until the very end, or at least a crucial Baron fight. But this one's kind of just exploded out of a Cogmore getting 4 kills in lane for whatever reason. And right now, you're looking at Belfast Storm's, kind of answers to get back into this, and it's drying up as minutes go by, and right now, I don't actually know what they are supposed to do to get back into this game.
It's definitely difficult. You're going to be struggling for at least the next couple of fights. Is Varyn going to get caught onto by that Facebreaker? Stun tags onto both the bot lanes, and Freeze is already dead. Unstoppable power to the face. Battery Corp in the Cataclysm will fall down to Vixen, but Dunlosey's being chased down by Tofu on the other side. And with a rock not quite landing, Dunlosey will escape with their life. It's a 1-for-1 mid lane for AD carry, but now Tofu is found onto the backside, stunned up by the Xerath. Vixen finding so much damage onto this Skarner, and it's a 2-for-1. Verdant, they got a bit too hyphy with it, and in the end, they give over a little bit too much to the enemy. This fight now still going to continue. Stun lands onto Little Pants. Vixen is finding her target in every avenue possible. As refreshes finally arrive, Baron with that fall for you on a rampage. The double kill for the Cogmore. 6-1 and 3 now. As the fight goes on a bit too long, Dunlosey on a flank looking onto refresh, manages to find the knock up, but it might not make a difference. Vixen trying to get wiped down they can, and the counter strike will make it so difficult for any damage to come through. Freeze
Okay,
comes
Mr.
flying
Freeze.
in. Freeze on his own. Dunlosey next one to fall. Freeze taking on damage will finally shut down the Void Puppy.
I have no words for what's just happened. I was just saying, Belfast Storm, they're running out of options, but I guess I forgot option number F is Mind Control Verdant to just tower dive you for absolutely no reason. There's no there's no dragon to fight over right now. This was not needed. They just flip a fight underneath the turret. Tofu uses the E to go through a turret with none of his teammates around, dies. Vixen picked up so much gold, so did Mr. Freeze off the back of that team fight, and suddenly we have a game in our hands. I don't know if anyone is listening to the stream. I don't know if I just cast a custard Verdant, but we have a game, and Xerath, Kai'Sa, look, they've both just secured 2 items. Kai'Sa on 2.5, and they could be on track to coming back into this one.
Yeah, they certainly are looking very strong, in fact, to have a comeback here.
Yeah.
And I never thought I'd say that 5 minutes ago.
No, that was not the case. Of course, there was still that little goofy moment where they overextend a chase into the hands of the Cogmore, but then Fuyu steps way too far forward into 3 members with a respawning Kai'Sa and dies himself, giving over a massive shutdown. It's still a mountain to climb for Belfast Storm, but if Verdant make another mistake like that, it could end up being crucial, because we're entering the part of the game where one big thrown team fight results in a Baron, and that could be the difference between who's going to win and who's going to lose this game.
Certainly could be, as we see side lane assignments go back to how they were. You can't really leave the Xerath in a side lane, so you can see the Xerath hovering between mid and top, just ready to catch waves as they come in, and then move back to the rest of the team. See reset starting to come through. Deadman's Plate completed for Little Pants. Zeke's Convergence completed for Varren. And I know we had this discussion on the desk earlier as to what a Convergence actually is. So I just thought that I would help everybody at home. A Convergence, typically, is the tendency of unrelated animals and plants to evolve superficially, or a location where airflow or ocean currents meet. It is the state or process of converging, basically.
Well, you see, the word convergence kind of makes me think of, the Legend of Korra, when there were, the spirits were converging with each other or something.
Yeah, think of the general use of the word. Never mind, hold that thought for you. He's been jumped on by Baron. Dunlosey's there as well, and he's blown up to pieces. You may be strong, but you still drop like a sack of spuds.
Okay, I mean, I'm seeing a Wit's End in Fuyu's inventory, but it definitely did not do what it said on the tin.
It just got finished.
Yeah, he got... Oh, right.
Fresh. Dunlosey jumping in with the Cataclysm. Its Counter-Strike's not going to do enough as Vixen picks up her third. Now teleported to top into defend against Bear Tree as this second dragon for the side of Belfast Storm will likely be going across Tofu, looking onwards for the steal. 6k health. Little Pants going to the other side. Tofu's going in. 3k health and counting. Does find onto Varren. It's stolen away for Soul Point by Tofu for Verdant. And Little Pants able to find a massive showstopper, bringing everybody together. The true damage just not quite enough. But Dunlosey falls, and Tofu now next on the list. It's a 1-for-1 off the back of the dragon play. But the dragon goes across to Verdant in a situation it never should be going across.
Did we just trade 1-for-1, lose the dragon in a 2 versus 4 against the jungle support? And in the top lane, it's a solo kill for Bear Tree. So altogether, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Verdant. They get the dragon. And Luna, this was a 2 versus 4 against the jungle and support.
I mean, Refresh just TP'd in. Bear Tree's still there. Varren and Freeze, they're trying to do something. The Counter-Strike is doing a lot of work.
Oh, God.
Will kill Bear Tree, but now Mitch has arrived. Little Pants finding a way forwards. Varyn, very, very low, is going to get saved by the Poppy as the stun into the wall will kill Refresh. We have suddenly descended into utter chaos, and honestly, I expect nothing less from these two teams.
I'm genuinely quite lost for words. First of all, that dragon play, I have no idea what universe that turned out the way it did. Why is a jungle support winning out against 4 members of Belfast Storm? And then on the other side, Vixen teleported in to defend the push from Bear Tree. That's all you did. You teleported in to defend the push. Don't try start a duel with him and then die, meaning another kill over to Bear Tree. But then Verdant, they have extended and end up dying themselves. So I have no idea what's really going on. I feel like
we are the dog in the house where everything's on fire. This is fine.
I'm watching organized solo queue.
So one way to look at it, Fuyu clearing its mid wave. This Baron is now up and available for both sides. Dragon not up for another 3 minutes, so we're seeing a bit of a dance around this top side. Whoever gets caught likely gives this across, so got to play very, very carefully. Fuyu, aware of this fact, playing extremely far back, just allowing Little Pants and Tofu to do their scouting. Very dangerous, however.
Yeah. Don't think anything will come out of this one. I think both teams are starting to realize, oh, I think the goofiness is kind of over. If we make another mistake, it could be crucial to the outcome of the game. I like what Verdant have done here. They've deployed Refresh onto the side lane because Synapse Sprinter's pick here, it is neutralizing. It is just contain the Jax's pressure on the side lane. But, I mean, there's only so much he can really do. So look, that turret is just kind of gone. And they are going to just keep pressuring these sides. I think the solo laners from Verdant are still stronger than their counterparts. And so Belfast Storm, they are kind of in a position to need to do something.
Certainly are. As we can see, Vision just being traded around this objective. Fuyu, a mini machine gun ready to start sending a hail of spittle towards the enemies. Refresh is being 1v1
Wait a
in the
minute,
bot lane
what?
by Synapse. This doesn't happen often. There's the hammer to knock up. Is able to get away with a leap strike. Grandmaster Arms doing a lot of work to keep this Jack safe, but it's not a 1v1 we often see lost. Dunlosi jumping in onto Tofu.
Bear Tree.
Freezed, also looking to play Snipe. Synapse is able to get the solo kill on Refresh, and Battery had to go down to stop the push going further. Now Synapse should trade their life for this. There should be some crazy outplay to get out of this alive. Dunlosi starting up the Baron, knowing the Jax is dead and Battery is caught
He's
up,
out.
trying to stop the Poppy. Does get out with their life. There's no teleport on this Syndra. Fuyu, Little Pants and Tofu are moving in. We've seen Tofu steal one objective this game. Has found a way onto Freeze. The Impale will land and allow for Kog'Maw to start raining Hellfire down. He's caught by the showstopper. Vixen already killed the Kog'Maw, blown to pieces. This Kaiser is traded, but now Little Pants stuck in a 1 versus 4, and Tofu has to be leaving. Battery finally arriving, so you have a little bit more damage. Dunlosi moving out towards the top side. The Baron has been stopped. You managed to do what you set out to do, but you lost 2 in the process of Onyx.
Yeah, Fuyu's flash, it looked kind of goofy on the screen, but I think he kind of just flashed in place. Didn't really achieve much with that. Yeah, honestly, really messy occurrence on the bot side. Refresh ended up dying solo underneath the turret. Really nice chase there from Synapse Sprinter to kind of read that Refresh won't take a safe recall, taking a greater one underneath that tier 1 turret. Bear Tree moving down, and I think that movement to the bot side would have been fine had you gotten the kill on the Poppy. You don't get the kill on the Poppy. You don't have teleport, meaning that Synapse Sprinter can just recall, TP back into that Baron fight, and make the impact with the rest of his team. Verdant, they lose that team fight in quite a crucial way. Kog'Maw blowing the flash in on top of that as well, and it's going to make this dragon fight even more difficult. And, well, Belfast Storm, Vixen is doing so much damage in these team fights. Okay, well, Poppy's just died.
Yep. Poppy has died in the top lane. Vixen now, playing Dissuade. Dragon being taken by Fuyu. This is Soul for Verdant, mind you.
Oh no.
As Refresh has found
no.
a flank onto Freeze. The Shattered Arm Guard now buying a lot of time. The Killer Instinct are able to buy even more. Still not dead yet, as Little Pants is the first one to fall. Freeze is still alive. Refresh next on the list. One more shot will do it, and it lands. And now Tofu's in the front line and will fall as well. It's a double kill for Vixen. The only member left there is Battery, and with no health left, it's so difficult to try and play. Fuyu hiding on a flank, not quite able to get the first shot down. Vixen gets a triple kill. Now Fuyu looking to kill everybody else. Vixen, the first one to fall. This tower next on the list because Freeze cannot step forward, not even by an inch. But on the backside, Varren has arrived. Fuyu stepping back, dodging away from the stun. Does get hit by the knockup, but Freeze can't step in. Stein-up Sprinter walking on the way down now, but Varren's already been melted. The stun
Oh
if the
my
will land, but the
God.
barrier comes through. Freeze
Oh,
got
no,
one hit through
he's
dead.
dead.
And the slow from the Hextech Soul might just do it as a double for Fuyu.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I want to analyze what's just happened, but it's kind of just like I just want to let the beauty of chaos just explain itself. A lot happened there. Obviously, Vixen, big commendations for how much damage this Xerath is outputting in these team fights, but these team fights are just being overplayed to a degree that is unexplainable. Like right there, Mr. Freeze, it was like you saw us posturing. It kind of looked like he was almost like AFK, like he left his keyboard, because he probably knew I should probably just back off here because I might die. And then he just decides to kind of go 180 on that, Uno reverse carding himself. Walk up. Yes, you get that last auto attack on the Kog'Maw, but did we forget what Kog'Maw passive does? I think we did. And then giving a double kill over to Fuyu in a position where he was just dead. And it's just chaos. I don't really know what's going on. I think there's one thing to point out. Macro-wise, Verdant are overpowering Belfast Storm, hence why the map looks the way it does. But the fights are so chaotic, and it can really go either way the way it's being played out this game.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a position where anybody can beat anybody, and that is a terrifying prospect to be in. Varren taking up no damage, while Little Pants taking a solid chunk there. We'll see what goes on next. Refresh sitting on the side lane against Synapse Sprinter, looking to try and take down this next inhibitor tower. Of course, there is that open inhib on the top side. So if you get a good fight, you can end through top. But the Baron has been started up by the side of Verdant. There is no vision around for the side of Belfast Storm. Baron stepping round through Tribrush. Dunlocina knows they're on this, and there's the Xerath. Oh, Arcane Barrage looking for something. They have to peel away from the Baron. There is nothing they can do to keep this aggroed.
Whoa.
Fuyu tagged by the Void Seeker. If Freeze wanted to, they could go flying into that back line, but the Zonya's not completed yet. It would be a certain death.
Yeah, I'm going to have to admit, Vixen is solo holding this game together for Belfast Storm. Look at the damage this Xerath is putting out and hitting all the shots as well, forcing Fuyu out of that one. But Danlosi, oh my god, good buffer. That could have been really, really scary. But yeah, I think range is the tool that Belfast Storm has over this Verdant draft, and being able to hit this artillery from max range is going to make Verdant's job in this game to close this out a lot more difficult. So if there's one player to really keep your eyes on, if you're a fan of Belfast Storm, it is a Vixen on the Xerath, holding it together, doing the damage. But this Baron fight might be
Baron's been started again. Dunlosi now is aware of this going on, but Tofu going over the back of the pit to stun up the Jarvan. Battery getting a good bit of damage down. There's a lot of damage going down. In fact, Vixen firing out all cylinders. Refreshes. There's a double stun going down onto Baron, and Dunlosi. Dunlosi's already dead. Synapse now looking for a way out. Okay, it was not two away, and somehow Little Pants started on the backside. Fuyu still tanking out the Baron, taking so much damage. Freeze will go down here 100% as Battery picks up a double, and the Baron was kept aggroed. It's a 3-for-1, and the Baron will go down to Verdant.
Yeah, split approach there coming up from Belfast Storm. You saw this fight towards the red buff there, or the red buff area rather, and you're like, okay, this doesn't look too bad for Belfast Storm. Why is no one dying? And well, then you see Mr. Freeze taking a 1 versus however many in the Baron pit by himself, and you're like, oh, that's why no one's dying, is because this 7-kill 4-item Kai'Sa just decides to make some 1v3 outplay when there's your entire team trying to fight 2 people on the other side of that red buff wall. Really, real head scratcher as to why this Kai'Sa played that fight that way, but I mean, it might have just lost the game for his team.
Possibly. The Baron, of course, secured. Synapse now being beaten onto by both Little Pants and Tofu. Is just going to get bounce housed around as Fuyu will take that one up. Did take 2 ultimates to kill this Poppy, so you don't have them for the wider fight, and that could cost you. We'll see as the fights continue. Battery, 4 items. definitely full on shards at this point. Fuyu, 4 items. See Tofu going forward, does get stunned up, taking a lot of damage. Donlosi dashing forward, looking for something. Donlosi being pulled back into the fight.
45.
Scatman goes down onto 2, and Varen's on the back on Fuyu. Tofu has to flash away as Donlosi falls, as does Varen, and Refresh is now teleported to the fight, and Battery's pushing down bot lane. It is Vixen and Freeze is being jumped on by Refresh. One more hit will do it. That one falls. It's Vixen alone to save the game, to save their hopes, and it's just not enough. With the first inhibitor of the game finally falling at 34 minutes, it may just spell the end. The first Nexus tower will fall very quickly, and Synapse, the last Bastion with 3 seconds on the death timer, may not have long enough as the Nexus falls, and Verdant will be the second team today to secure a 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, 3-0, topping that group comfortably. Verdant looking good. I will say it was messy, but at the very least, the macro was good. They did control the map, and amidst all the chaos, yes, kills were being traded back and forth, but then at the end of it, you look at the map, and every lane is pushed to the inhibitor of Belfast Storm, and it's kind of like you allow that space for these mistakes in these fights to happen because of that stellar macro. So props to Verdant. I think Belfast Storm, it might sound harsh, but I kind of just want to praise Vixen only. I think the rest really need to rethink about how they play League of Legends, because yeah, this just wasn't really it across the board. Really well done by Vixen to try and save the game, but at the end of the day, I think Verdant was just a bit too much for them.
Absolutely, Verdant definitely played a very strong game of League of Legends there. They knew what their win cons were. They played to them beautifully. They had a couple of hyphy moments, but on a team with Beartree, Fuyu, Little Pants, you kind of expect a little bit of hyphy, a little bit of too much, a little bit of crazy, a little bit of ego. And that's exactly what we got in this game. We got it all. It was chaotic to a fault. But in the end, Verdant will come out victorious. And as you say, Vixen did a very good job trying to stand up to the side of Verdant, trying to keep Belfast Storm in the game. Mr. Freeze as well, to an extent, did a massive number on making sure that they were in the game as long as they were. What looked like it was going to be a 20-minute stomper ended up being a 35-minute chaos-filled fever dream. But at the end of the day, only one team wins. And in this situation, it was Verdant. Now, normally we'd throw everybody to a break, but Savonix, first, I want to thank you so much for joining me for these last 2 games. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, pleasure. It was really fun. This is great. Let's do this more often.
We should do this more often, and you will catch UKO more often. But I'm not going to be the one to show that. I will leave that to the desk, who are coming back in right now to break down our last game of the day.
Thank you,
We most
Luna.
certainly are.
I know, yeah, we are back for a final time, and Fever Dream is what Luna just said. Kind of felt that way as we were observing our way through that one. Any particular point, Shibby, that you would sort of try and pinpoint as, you know, this is the reason why it went the way it did?
I mean, when you drag this game out to 30 plus minutes and there's a Kog'Maw and a Syndra on the team, like, you can kind of just win the game, unironically. Like, Jax as well. I'm not going to say, like, what I thought was going to happen. Like, I genuinely thought the Xerath might just fall behind and become pretty useless. But towards around the mid game, I would say you kind of really saw the power of Belfast Storm's composition when they kind of got all the pieces together, when they got the ball rolling. But I think a big thing that we talked about was the ease of execution for Verdant's composition, and how at the end of the day, it's much easier to play this front to back or play this kind of team fight composition from Verdant with a Kog'Maw, with a Syndra, than it is for Belfast Storm to get that really snap engage. Everybody's on point. Xerath's hitting all the spells. Kai'Sa's diving in on the right target. Jarvan's hitting the right Cataclysm and flag and drags and everything. Like, that is a lot harder to do. And so it just we kind of just saw it kind of return to the mean, where Verdant just went, yeah, we'll just play our composition, and over 100 scenarios, we'll just come out on top eventually.
Pretty much. At the end of the day, we come to some very different looking groups, obviously. We now see Verdant up at the top of Group B, 3-0. Nuclear Vikings at the top of Group A, 3-0. Venomcrest Serpents now the only team yet to win a game. But, of course, they still have one more game I believe, before we get through to the end of the regular stage. And of course, top 2 from each group advance, 3rd and 4th from each group do a little bit of a gauntlet to get those last 2 spots for playoffs. So we're looking forward to next week. We see where these teams go, who will rise to claim these spots. Obviously, 10 teams, 4 we are going to have to say goodbye to. Pivotless, is there a particular team that you want to keep an eye on as we come to the close of the regular group?
So the thing with Venom Crest, and I'll throw them out here, is at this point it's not in their hands anymore. Not only do they have to win, they also need other teams around them to lose. Not even to qualify directly into playoffs. No, just to survive this stage. They need results to go in their favor. And I like to keep my eye on them because as D4 Gamers in the Sunshine Showdown, they had a really strong showing. And this is that same roster. They look phenomenal. They made a run from play-ins all the way to top 3. And so far, I've not seen the same team, despite being the same players. I've just not seen the same level of play come out of them. And a large part of that is I feel like they still haven't figured out the meta. And that's a difficulty, especially when we're rolling across multiple patches.
Exactly,
Their drafts still don't do them any favors. And it's a shame, because as a team that has relatively good early game skirmishes, they do fight well early game. They're not drafting around their strengths, and they're not converting it into much. I need to see a bit more, because I think if they can push through to those cross-group matches, they do have the potential to push further if they can fix these issues quickly.
And what about you, Shibby? Any team particularly catching your eye?
You know, as interesting as this is, like, obviously like a pretty popular team, but I think, you know, Ruddy Esports has just kind of looked really good with their pieces, right? Like the Crisis coming in and just kind of owning the jungle, I'll say, has been really, really interesting. We are coming into a different meta, so it'll be interesting to see what Ketsuo can pull out, right? Because we are heading towards like a more utility focused, I will say, bot lane meta, albeit we have seen some different stuff in the UKEL with things like Jarvan, Xin Zhao, all that kind of stuff coming into the meta in the mid 2v2. Like UKEL has a lot of good mid 2v2 jungle combos, and so I'm very interested to see how Ruddy's mid 2v2 stacks up against the rest of the board here once we start heading into, like, you know, better quote unquote teams, right? Like, you know, into playoffs and stuff like that.
We will have to look and see who can Bear Grylls their way into the playoff stage. As you were saying, Pivotless, it's a very volatile situation. You need to Bear Grylls it. You need to improvise. You need to adapt. You need to overcome your opponents to make your way forwards. Those matches, of course, will be coming up next week. Next broadcast on Monday. We, you know, the eponymous whole that is the Four Nations, will see you on Monday. Who knows which of the pieces will be here? But thank you guys so much for being here on the desk. Thank you, of course, to Luna, Savonix there on the casts. And we will see you all Monday.